Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Present. Mr. Hall.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, ma'am, please? Thank you, ma'am. Next item of business, minutes of previous meetings. We have none. Mayor's report.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, the mayor's not here yet. If we could come back to that, that would be great.
No problem. Assembly Chair's report. There is not one. I'm sorry I missed last meeting. I was on a cell phone. I turned one way, I was online, turned another way, lost connection. And I apologize to you guys for that. Committee reports. Mr. Hall?
No report.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am? No report. Mr. Starr, sir?
No, I would just like to have a conversation with you, clarity though, about how the SAP way forward looks from the audit committee. We inherently use the audit committee as a whole to organize work sessions and things like that. It's a little hard to keep up with from the audit perspective. So just put that on the record that we may want to rethink how we're approaching the SAP oversight and the projects thereof.
Ms. Gray Jackson will talk about that when we get down to her. So thank you.
That's all from audit.
Mr. Peterson, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Mr. Evans, sir?
No report.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Budget and Finance Committee will have a meeting as usual this Thursday, the third Thursday of every month at noon to 1 in the Assembly Conference Room in City Hall. And in reference to my colleague Mr. Starr's comments regarding the Audit Committee and SAP, Chairman Trainee, about a couple months ago, he established an ad hoc committee on the SAP review. I'm the chair of that committee. Members are Ms. Domboski, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Peterson. And our mission is to meet monthly in conjunction with the Budget Finance Committee so that we can review the SAP implementation progress with the SAP Executive Committee, Steering Committee, and also the committee will have the responsibility of reviewing any proposed funding requests and contracts before those get to the Assembly as a whole. So that's the story there, and we'll have our first meeting on Thursday at 1 o'clock right after the Budget Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Talk about the administration, their process on this. Or do you want to wait for them to talk about it? Okay. Mr. Flynn, sir. Ms. Domboski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few things. I'm not quite as organized as I like to be. Let's just start with the easy stuff here. Mr. Chair, since our last meeting, we have not had a Title 21 meeting because of the change. Mr. Weaver had indicated maybe we should wait till the middle of July, so our meeting will be tomorrow from 10 to 11:30 over at the Planning Center. And I anticipate our next meeting, we haven't scheduled it, we'll do it tomorrow, but I anticipate we will have another meeting on the 22nd, which will be next Wednesday. Again, I'm hoping from 10 to 11:30. I see there's a couple items on our agenda tonight that are being introduced from planning staff, and I anticipate bringing those up next week at the Title 21 Committee. Also, Mr. Chairman, you and I have discussed it, and we've discussed it at the Title 21 Committee, but I'm asking that 2 members of the Planning and Zoning Commission be named as ex officio members of the Title 21 Committee. In discussions with Planning and Zoning, what we're seeing is sausage being made in a vacuum. And considering they're a body that weighs in, we want to make sure that we can be as collaborative as possible, respecting their process and our process, but also we don't want to be spinning our wheels. We want to make sure that we can keep things moving. So I anticipate at their next meeting they're going to have a couple of volunteers.
Have you asked for volunteers yet?
Yes.
Okay. Just forward the names to me,
Okay.
if you would, please. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Yep. And then, okay, so we did that. The other thing, I'll go forward. I did meet with the Ethics Committee. I always say this wrong. The Ethics Commission. Thank you. It's been 3 years. I've been there many times, and I still can't
They
get it
know
right.
you by name.
Oh, they do know me by name. So I've met with the Board of Ethics regarding my disclosures, and we're treading into kind of a different territory than has been routine. They have, it was my understanding they met today, and they have adopted a recommendation for the Assembly with regard to standard things, such as when purchases come up for AFD, staplers.
It's like breathing devices and some of
Yeah,
the things are used
stuff
by
that's
everybody.
general. Informational reports, those types of things. So I think at our next meeting, you'll be able to I'll make a disclosure. We'll be able to rely on the Board of Ethics opinion, and then you can make the appropriate ruling with regard to those disclosures.
Thank you.
But because I don't want to disappoint, I do have a few tonight. All right, Mr. Chairman, if I can go ahead and launch it. Does anybody have any Title 21 questions for me before I launch ahead? Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am,
I would like to go ahead and make a few disclosures for this evening.
go ahead.
Item 9, Echo 5. It's an informational report regarding purchases by Anchorage Fire Department regarding software purchases, a safety driver course, a Data 911 extended warranty, uniform pants. Also 9 Echo 6, replacement parts for air packs, annual testing services for aerial equipment. Also tonight, 9 Charlie 4, which is regarding the purchase of 4 ambulances. 9 Delta 8, which is regarding the purchase of 3 fire engines, I believe. Mr. Chairman, I make this disclosure for you in the body because my husband is an Anchorage firefighter and a member of IAFF Local 1264. I don't believe I have any personal or financial interest, or any member of my family does, in the matters before us. Therefore, I make the disclosure for you in the body to rule on any potential conflicts.
Ma'am, it's direction of the chair that you vote on these items. This is consistent with the document I've got coming forward from the Ethics Board. I've talked to them, so I'm looking forward to this document coming here.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman, and that will be it for tonight.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Enterprise Committee did meet this last Thursday, and we heard from all the enterprise activities. We had a long meeting. Good presentations. Everybody was well prepared, and some surprises that we may, in another setting, want to chat about a little bit in terms of upcoming costs or needs at the port. Anyway, good meeting and good turnout, and thank everybody for coming.
One thing that's come to my attention we may send to you is there may be a resolution coming forward to see about maybe bringing part of Eagle River Chugach into MLNP areas. So we may send that to your enterprise just to hold a hearing on it.
That's a proposal? I mean,
I think it's going to
By
come
somebody?
forward to the body, and I want to
Okay.
send it to your committee for that.
thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A Public Safety Committee meeting in June was fairly lengthy and had a lot of issues to discuss. We do have some follow-up for the July meeting, which is tomorrow, noon, at the Assembly Conference Room 155 at City Hall, from noon to, I think we're scheduled till 2, but I hope we get done a little earlier. And so tomorrow we'll hear from several of the departments, and I wanted to take just a few moments to acknowledge we asked the fire department, the police department to work really hard getting PSA's information out about the hazards of not only the wildfire that we are seeing because of the weather extremes this summer, but July 4th, which is typically a day where people go to Houston, Alaska, pick up a lot of fireworks and use their, essentially scoffing at the law that says we're not supposed to even possess fireworks in Anchorage area. But this summer, this July 4th holiday was actually fairly light, and I want to take a few minutes to, just a few seconds, I guess, to say thank you to the community members who, most of you who, in a vast majority, obeyed the law and followed the information coming from the police and fire department. It was very important. We have seen record numbers of wildfires this summer because of the weather, and gosh knows we don't need the fireworks that are already illegal to be setting those off. So I want to thank the Anchorage community, thank the fire chief, the police chief for putting the information out and making sure that it got widely disseminated. I think that had a lot to do with it. But again, it's to the credit to the community members who really followed the law this year. And then just, if you would mind, a point of personal privilege. I wasn't planning on it, but this morning I got a call, a young lady who I've known since she was 7, asked if I'd be officiant at her wedding ceremony today. It was a last-minute request, and so I did that. It was fun, but of note also, I was the official at her mother's wedding, her second wedding some years back, so it was kind of a privilege to see that.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Honeman, when I get down to addendum of the agenda, I've got 4 items on there coming from Ms. Dabowski and Mr. Hall that I want your committee to have a hearing on it. These all relate to marijuana. I want public safety to have a hearing on it.
Thank you.
So if you get with the 2 of them and figure out what times works for us, if you
Will do.
Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am?
point of personal privilege, if I may.
Go ahead, ma'am.
This privilege is to talk about Mr. Honeman, who started working at the Transit Department many years ago when I was there. And I'd like to take a moment, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to ask Mr. Honeman to rise for the occasion so that I can present him with his 25-year pin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mayor, the time is yours, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was unaware that I actually have a parking place, so I had to drive around and find
I
one.
know, but they told you it was over at Channel 2 News, didn't they?
They were in my spot. I just wanted to say thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here and look forward to working with the Assembly, members of the public, and other members of the city to make sure that we can do things on behalf of the people of Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item of business is addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate,
Second.
I'll go through it. 9A2, under Resolutions for Action, Resolution AR 2015-224, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing former Mayor Dan Sullivan for his leadership of the municipality of Anchorage from July 1st, 2009 through June 30th, 2015. Item 9A3, Resolution AR 2015-225, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol and commending the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol for 20 years of dedicated service. Under bid awards, item 9C1, bid awards, the same memorandum, AM 442-2015, recommendation of award to GMC General Inc. for 2014 Local Road Rehabilitation Project, House District 19, Aspen Breezewood Area Improvements for the Municipality of Anchorage, Public Works Department, Project Management and Engineering Division, ITB 2015-C050, $1,287,050. Purchasing Department. Item 9C2, same memorandum, AM 445-2015, recognition award to South Central Construction Incorporated for Fish Creek Sewer Rehabilitation Phase 2, 36 corrugated metal pipe, 36-foot corrugated metal pipe, CIP upgrade to railroad crossing for the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska Water and Wastewater Utility, AWW ITB 2015 C048, $1,636,083 from the Purchasing Department. Item 9C3, the same memorandum, AM 446-2015, recognition award to Alaska Excavating LLC for Little Campbell Creek at the Alaska Zoo Fish Passage improvements for the municipality of Anchorage, Public Works Department, Project Management and Engineering, ITP 2015C049, $768,646 from the Purchasing Department. Item 9C4, the same memorandum, AM 447-2015, recommendation award to Bruin Northwest Incorporated to furnish 4 mobile intensive care units, ambulance type 1, AD Class 2, to the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department, AFD, ITB 2015 B027, $1,031,316 from the Purchasing Department. Under new businesses, item 9D8, Assembly Memorandum AM 443-2015, cooperative purchase of 3 fire engines from Konovich Mobile Equipment, KME, for the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Anchorage Fire Department, AFD, in the amount of $1,653,371 from the Purchasing Department. Item 9D9, Assembly Memorandum AM 444-2015, cooperative purchase of Caterpillar CAT road grader from NC Machinery, NC, for the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Public Works, Fleet Maintenance, PW, $288,746 from the Purchasing Department. Under ordinances and resolutions for introduction, item 9F11, ordinance AO 2015-84, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.35, with a new section to prohibit fraudulent misrepresenting a person's age in order to purchase or obtain marijuana, and amending the minor offense fine schedule at AMC Section 8.05.025A accordingly. Assembly members Hall and Dabowski, public hearing requested on that is 7/28/2015. There's an accompanying Assembly memorandum with it, AM 448-2015. Flip the page over, the backside, page 2. Item 9F12, ordinance 2015-85, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 9.36.200 to add language regarding marijuana consumption while driving and marijuana inside a vehicle. From Assembly members Hall and Dabowski. Public hearing requested on 7/28/2015. Accompanying Assembly memorandum, AM 449-2015. Item 9F13, ordinance AO 2015-86, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 9.28, to include marijuana offenses of minors to the following: minor operating a vehicle after consuming alcohol, minor refusal to submit to chemical test, and minor driving during 24 hours after being cited for alcohol or breath test offense. From Assembly members Hall and Dabowski. Public hearing requested on 7/28/2015. Accompanying Assembly memorandum, AM 425-2015. Item 9F14, ordinance AO 2015-87, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.35, with a new section restricting the personal cultivation of marijuana and amending the minor offense fine schedule at AMC Section 8.05.025A accordingly. Assembly members Hall and Dabowski. Public hearing requested 7/28/2015. There's an accompanying Assembly memorandum, AM 451-2015. Under continued public hearings, item 13A, Assembly memorandum, AM 244-2015, ordinance number AO 2015-59, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning, New Code, effective January 1, 2015, Chapter 21.04, Zoning Restrictions, Chapter 21.06, Dimensional Standards and Measurements, Chapter 21.07, Development and Design Standards, and other code as necessary to implement changes to floor area ratio requirements. From Assembly member Hall. Item 14H under new public hearings. Item 14H2. This is under ordinance 2015-75. Information memorandum AIM 87-2015. Protest petition regarding rezone application 2015-0007. And that was by me. And that's all I've got on here. What? I know I'm going to do that one after I do this one. Is there any objection to the addendum to the agenda, and I'll get on late on the table items? Any objection from the body? Okay. If I get a motion to deal with Elby, if I get one on the,
Move to incorporate laid on the table items, Mr.
Second.
Chairman.
okay, let me have it. Do you have it? Okay. This laid on the table item 9D10 from the clerk. The title is subject notice of public hearing for appeal of the Community Development Department's denial of an administrative site plan review for Alaska Alchemist LLC, doing business as AK Alchemist, license number 5368. Is there any objection on inclusion of that? See no objection. Ma'am, we've adjusted the agenda in front of us with the addition of these two documents. Now, if I get a motion on the consent agenda,
Move to approve.
Second.
now I'm going to go for those that want to pull things for further discussion. Mr. Hall, sir.
No items.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
No items, thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
No items.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull item A3, please. And I'll be reading and Mr. Holmes will be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans, sir.
No items, sir.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull first 9 Apple 1. And I'd like to pull 9 Elephant 1, 9 Elephant 2, and on the addendum,
We'll catch up to you. 9 Elephant 1
and
9
9
Elephant
Elephant 2. On the addendum, I'd like to pull, for the purpose of changing the public hearing date, 9F11, 12, 13, 14. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
2. Is that all, ma'am?
Yes,
Thank
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the purposes of declaring a non-conflict conflict, item 9, Alpha, Foxtrot 7, please.
Thank you, sir. See, Ms. Dombowski, is she down there still? No?
Talking to Mr. Starr.
Okay. Mr. Steele.
No items, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dombowski, which page did you want?
I would like 9 Delta 10, please.
That was the one I added? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull 9 Delta 4 for a question possible amendment.
9 Delta 4?
That's correct.
Okay. Administration.
No items, Mr. Chairman.
What? Okay. Administration, anything you guys want to pull?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. What? Okay. Anything else that needs pulled? Okay. Let me go through the list. 9A1 was pulled by Ms. Gray Jackson. We've got 9A3 that was pulled by Mr. Peterson. We've got, on page 3, 9D4 was pulled by Mr. Honeman. On the addendum to the agenda, we've got, let's see, well, we got to go to the E's first. We've got 9E1 and 9E2 that was pulled by Ms. Gray Jackson. And then we've got 9F7 that was pulled by Mr. Flynn for non-conflict of interest. I thought that was good. And then we've got items F11, F12, F13, and F14 that were pulled.
Thank you, Ms. Item
And
9.
we've got 9D10. Had to get to that sheet of paper. Okay. I know you haven't. I'm gone 1 week and you forget about me. Okay, please vote. You'll be voting on the balance of everything that was not pulled. Those items were approved. Now we'll go back to those items we'll pull for a little further discussion. The first one is 9A1, Resolution 2015-216, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing July 26, 2015 as the 25th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Ms. Gray Jackson, you pulled
Thank
that.
you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve.
Second?
Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, that was approved. Who's reading and who's
I'll be
presenting?
reading, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And I think Mr. Steele is presenting.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing July 26, 2015 as the 25th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas on July 26, 1990, President H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, establishing a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against people with disabilities. And whereas on September 25, 2008, the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendment Act, ADAAA, was passed to fulfill the legacy of guaranteeing civil rights to persons with disabilities. And whereas nearly 1 in 5 Americans living with a disability have expanded opportunities due to the ADA, reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in the community. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage affirms the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as embodied in the ADA, Alaska Statute, and Title V of the Anchorage Municipal Code. And whereas numerous organizations in Anchorage and Alaska, including the Equal Rights Commission and the ADA Advisory Commission, work in our community to bring forth the promise of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities that was envisioned with the passage of the ADA. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that July 26, 2015 is recognized as the 25th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and does hereby reaffirm to continue to work toward full ADA compliance, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of July 2015.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm David Zemer. I'm the chair of the Americans with Disability Act Advisory Commission. And on behalf of the commissioners here and the full commission, we want to thank the Assembly for their continued commitment to providing equal opportunity for all those that suffer from disabilities. And on a side, we are not just making this resolution, but we are holding a celebration at the end of this month. And I want to take this opportunity to formally invite the Assembly to attend this. It will be held on Monday, July 27th from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Anchorage Senior Activities Center located at 1300 East 19th Avenue. Some of the highlights is we're going to have some speakers. Mr. Mayor Berkowitz will be speaking. We have Jeff Jesse with the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority. And we have Rick Nelson and Patrick Reinhardt with the Governor's Council on Disability and Special Education. In addition, we'll be opening up time for public comment to give people within Anchorage a chance to share their thoughts on how the ADA has affected them in a positive way. And I would like to leave some flyers for the...
Let me give it to the clerk. We'll get it to everybody. And thank you for all you do, because as people in the United States are more cognizant of people with disabilities. What you guys do affects everybody in this country, especially as America ages. We find that, for example, things they're putting in the streets, so it's easier to know where you're at the intersection to walk across, is beneficial to so many people that we hadn't even considered before. But thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you for your support.
And thanks for bringing your puppy back again.
Right, thank you.
It's always cute when that puppy shows up. Next item in front of us was pulled by Mr. Peterson. It's 9A3, Resolution 2015-225, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol and commending the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol for 20 years of dedicated service. Mr. Peterson, sir, you pulled that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved in second, ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, that's approved. Who's presenting and who's reading?
Paul's
Okay.
presenting.
And who's here to receive it? There he is,
Aaron Pascar.
as always.
Whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol began their all-volunteer patrols in the Nunaka Valley neighborhood in East Anchorage on July 5th, 1995. And whereas July 5th, 2015 was the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol was founded by Nunaka Valley residents Aaron Pascar and Joanne McMahon in response to increasing crime in their neighborhood. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol launched with approximately 30 neighborhood volunteers who patrolled the neighborhood in cars and bicycles and communicated with each other using CB radios. And whereas the primary activity of the Nunaka Community Patrol is their neighborhood patrols where volunteers look for and report suspicious activity and neighbors who need assistance. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol works in close cooperation with the Anchorage Police Department and the Anchorage Fire Department and periodically assists with crowd control at active crime scenes and fires in the Nunaka Valley area. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol has volunteered to assist with crowd and traffic control, including the summer solstice celebrations, New Year's Eve fireworks, and the Special Olympics polar plunge. And whereas the Anchorage Police Department has provided numerous training opportunities for the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol volunteers, and former APD officer Paul Honeman provided assistance, training, and advice to volunteers. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol has earned support and recognition from current and former East Anchorage state legislators, including Senator Bill Wielkowski, Representative Max Gruenberg, and former Representative Pete Peterson, and has secured numerous legislative grants to pay for fuel and vehicle maintenance. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol serves as an effective deterrent for crime in their neighborhood. And whereas after 20 years of community patrols, Nunaka Valley is now considered one of the safest neighborhoods in East Anchorage. And whereas the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol volunteers have dedicated countless hours to helping their neighbors and improving our community. And whereas Aaron Pascar and Keith Ferris are the current patrol leaders. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that the Municipal Assembly joins the Nunaka Valley Patrol in celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol and commends the Nunaka Valley Community Patrol for 2 decades of dedicated service to their community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of July, 2015.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assembly members. I'd just like to thank you all for letting me be here. And I just want to say that July 5th of 95 was the beginning of a longer haul than I thought it was. But it's great. I feel like we're doing a public safety service to all of well, not just Nunaka Valley, but all of Muldoon, because we expanded all over. And I don't usually get up and talk like this, so I'm a little nervous. But I do really want to thank Mr. Honeman for when he was an officer back in 95. He kind of guided us through what to do and what not to do, and kept us safe. And then later on in the years went by, Senator Wielkowski and Mr. Peterson definitely did help get us grants to keep running, because over the years, cost of gas went up and all things like that. So we were able to get uniforms and gas and safety equipment. We do a lot of we do all kinds of things beside the 4th of July, not the 4th of July, the New Year's Eve party. We do the kids' Halloween party. We do anything that the city has that they need our assistance with, we do help out with them. I got notes and I'm not even reading them. But I do want to thank everybody for letting me come down here, and I want to thank you all very much for your support. The whole city, from the mayor's office to the police department, they support us by, letting us be able to do this. We're just eyes and ears for the police department, if you would, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
We have a few questions for you, sir,
Yes,
if you don't
yes.
mind. Could you spell your last name for the clerk?
Pascar, P-A-S-C-A-R.
Thank you.
Just like,
And Mr. Starr has a question for you, sir. He's down there.
Not really a question, but thank you for structuring your program as a model that works. That's really helpful, that it doesn't have the vigilante
No.
approach to it and some of the runoff and do your own thing mentality. That's vital. We have the core group of folks out in Birchwood that do the same thing. So thank you for structuring it and for honoring what your roles are. It's very vital, similar to Neighborhood Watch, similar to the community councils. The community patrols works very well. So part of the shout out was to you, but also to the chief. Chief Mew, you don't need to come up, but your organization and somewhat previous ones have done a great job in fitting these folks in from that. And I hope that we continue to kind of acknowledge that contribution as boots on the ground that really make a difference. So thank you. 20 years is no easy task to put up with some of the bureaucratic stuff, but we're there behind you. Thank you.
I always believe that just being out there, being seen, deterrents a lot of crime. And
Certainly does.
And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you for doing it well.
Mr. Flynn has a question, sir. He's here.
Good to see you, Aaron. How long
My
you been
pleasure.
retired now?
I'm sorry?
How long you been retired now? 6 years?
Oh, no, 10 years.
10?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, boy. So I have a question. My question is there any truth to the rumor that working on the community patrol actually makes you younger? Because you're looking really
Sorry?
good.
Sorry, I have hearing aids. Does it make me look younger?
Does it make you younger working on the community patrol? Because you're looking really good.
I guess because I feel the way I do about the community patrol, my activities, I keep running. I keep going.
Good to see you. It's good to see you.
God bless
Thanks
you.
for coming down.
Mr. Honeman has a question for you.
Just, been there with you a lot of years, Aaron, and I know I do my fair share of volunteering from time to time.
You do.
When I think of volunteers in our community, I can't picture anybody past Aaron Pascar. He's involved in so many things at so many levels all across our city and has done so many things. He's there on election day. He's there every day at his school, absent when he's ill or out of town, at Nunaka Valley Elementary, providing security and for the kids and for the traffic. I mean, this guy, I can't think of anybody that speaks volunteerism than Aaron Pascar. So,
Thank you.
Been around with you on the Coalition of Community Patrols, trying to work together with the community patrols around town, and you've been instrumental in that too. So I just want to thank you. Not only that, I've come to become a very good friend of yours, and
Yep.
that's an honor that far exceeds anything else we've done. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Peterson has a question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to personally congratulate you for 20 years of dedicated community service. I mean, it's the definition of community service out there night after night after night, and just helping your neighbors feel secure. And I also wanted to apologize for not being able to make it to the barbecue over the weekend. I know I missed some good food. Unfortunately, I had a prior commitment down in the Kenai Peninsula coaching some baseball games.
Hey.
But keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
We all appreciate you.
On a personal note, thanks. I have a daughter that lives in that area, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are out there protecting the streets and reporting incidents to the police department. Thanks for all you do. I remember when you guys were first created and when we have up in Government Hill, people were wondering, is this going to be a vigilante or what?
No.
And what you guys have done has proved citizens can be involved in their community for positive benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe if you get, no matter who it is, everybody deserves respect. So when I approach a scene, I'll usually go with a good attitude, tell them, I'm sorry you can't be here, and then I take off. And if they're not gone, then I'll come back and, I'll check back later and then I'll call APD. But everybody needs respect, no matter who it is.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Thanks for being here. The next item that was pulled is on page 3. It's 9D4, Assembly Memorandum AM 427, 2015. Mr. Honeman, you pulled that one, sir.
I did, Mr. Chairman, and
I need a motion on it.
I'll move to postpone till July 28th, meeting of July 28th, but I'd like to ask Ms. Freeman if that's going to interfere with any of the operations of this grant. I think we need a few more questions just to make sure we...
Could I get a second on that motion? Mr. Honeman?
Yes. Ms. Freeman, I know I had a conversation with you, albeit kind of late in the day and short notice as it was, getting information. One of the issues for my colleagues is, and of course, sexual assault and domestic violence are very high rates in both Alaska and Anchorage, and very serious to be taken taking due diligence with. The Victims for Justice program, in particular, had asked that some of the funds that are awarded through this grant, $52,000, that some of these funds be at least, if you will, earmarked or unrestricted for use in interpersonal violence rather than just domestic violence and sexual assault. So many times that they're saying that their programs refer victims directly to both STAR and Awake initially, and of course if there's any gaps then they tend to fill in as well. But so I was going to make the amendment tonight that we include the language or interpersonal violence. Apparently that was language that was in previous resolutions or ordinances, and I don't want to do that if we don't have a good vetting to verify that this funding source is in jeopardy. So if I made the amendment tonight, would you prefer I do that and move on, or can we wait till the 28th of July and get a little better understanding on it?
If you make the amendment tonight, then we're able to move on to provide the funding and et cetera. If we delay it, it just might delay the funding directly to the organizations a bit longer.
So then I can make the amendment, and would there be a strong opposition to that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my amendment. On line 22, after the line domestic violence, put a comma, remove and, so it'll be domestic violence, sexual assault, and interpersonal violence, and the same language would need to be inserted and adjusted on line 27, 28, so it would DHS reduce domestic violence, sexual assault, and interpersonal violence.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on it, Mr. Honeman?
I think it was pretty adequately discussed. The Victims of Justice does work with sexual assault and domestic violence victims, but they also have needs to deal with.
Is there any objection from the Assembly members on that amendment? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk. That's approved. We now need to vote on the main item in front of us, item 9D4 as amended. Clerk would like a motion to approve as amended. Mr.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Okay. Then please vote. Who do we have up there? Okay, we got everybody. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us off the addendum of the laid on the table items, item 9D10. Ms. Dembowski.
Move to approve.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm actually going to ask that we change the order of the day and take this up after our dinner break. One of the discussions, first through the chair to the administration, who is representing the planning department in this quasi-judicial case?
Through the chair, Ms. Dembowski, if you just give me a minute.
I'm assuming it's the Department of Law, but I just want to be sure.
Mr. Dembowski, we can wait until after the dinner so they can try and get you an answer.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll just continue to talk, and if you guys have an answer, you can flag me down. The reason I ask is we just went through a very lengthy and complicated quasi-judicial process. And the one thing we know, above and beyond all else, our process must be flawless, otherwise it could be appealed to the court, right?
Yep.
So with that said, as I read what has been laid on the table before us tonight, it says that once we accept this, that there will be a hearing date on July 28th. However, I have had discussions with the chair about this and Assembly Council, and I'm sorry to say she's not here tonight. But my understanding is the chair is going to appoint a quasi-judicial panel to hear these appellate-type issues that come before the Assembly, similar to the Eberhardt matter. With that said, if the Department of Law is, in fact, representing the Community Development Department, I don't want them drafting that. So that's why the reason for the break is to take this up a little later so we can kind of understand who's representing who, and then the Assembly can take the appropriate action. Do we have an answer, Mr. Falsey?
I think we'll take it up after the break is the right answer.
Very good. Mr. Chair, I move to change the order of the day and take this up prior to item 13A.
Second.
13A?
Yeah.
Any objection to that? Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, we'll
Thank you.
handle that. And Ms. Domesky, thank you for volunteering to be the chairman of that committee again. I'm not kidding either. Thank you. Next item in front of us is item 9E1, Information Memorandum AIM 77-2015, Internal Audit Report 2015-05, Proximity Card Access Control System Follow-Up. Ms. Gray Jackson, you pulled that.
Move to accept.
Second.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank the Internal Audit Department for always doing such a thorough audit on an annual basis on different departments and on different issues. I really appreciate that. But the reason why I pulled this audit, and I've had conversation with several folks in the administration, is because I think it's a pretty serious finding based on the fact that an audit was done in 2011, and this was a follow-up audit, and issues were still not settled. But to Mr. Jokala, who's the AWW General Manager, to his credit, he takes responsibility for these issues, and he has already started working on changing the issues. And just so the public understands what I'm talking about, the audit was on proximity card access control systems follow-up, and it had to do with contractors and employees who no longer work for AWW still having access to our water facilities, which is of serious concern. With that said, I'm not going to ask that this go before the audit committee, but I am going to ask the internal auditor to have a follow-up audit within a year, and I don't think anyone will have any problems with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr, sir.
No, I don't, and I think we cross over oftentimes in the executive branch, but one of the directives I would have, seeing as we did see the other audit, is to perhaps get a memo that you could put together, Mr. Jokala, about the solutions that you have in play. I've put in several buildings that have proximity scan cards, and it may need to be tied in with purchasing contractual statement in there that says that these folks mandate back the cards. First off, they're not cheap. Some of those scan cards cost quite a bit of money. And systems of control that would be automated. I think that's why we have the proximity systems, as you can deactivate them automatically by that. So perhaps it's a push down of the responsibility to HR or somebody internally to your group that takes ownership for it. And if you could send a memo back to us in, say, 30 or 45 days prior to the next audit, I'd feel much more comfortable that we've got a handle on the immediacy.
Yeah, we'd certainly be happy to do that. I too, as Ms. Gray Jackson said, appreciate the work that internal audit does. And it's really nice, as often happens, for us to get an audit with clean findings. It is embarrassing for us to get an audit that is a second time around audit with some of the same issues that existed on the first time around.
Yeah, it wasn't my purpose to embarrass. We talked about it offline here this morning, or this afternoon rather, and so the idea that you're embarrassed isn't what we're after.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
The embarrassment doesn't come from you. It comes from the fact that we didn't answer all the findings of the original audit.
Yeah.
And we are working hard to fix that. I've instructed my IT director to have a accounting of activities with respect to the proximity cards over the last quarter on my desk before the end of this month.
Perfect.
And we'll be revisiting the policy and procedures document 25-1 in our lingo to make sure that we have all the tentacles that the prox card issues entail tucked into a bow. And by the end of the year, we expect to have the new process is fully auditable, so
sure.
we're moving forward.
Deactivate a couple cards, and you'll see people come to the table and say, "Why is my card being deactivated?" And those that shouldn't be accessing our facilities, I would think that would be the case. And as Chair of Audit, I'll gladly take your comments and solicit them to the other Assembly members. So thank you for your
All right,
comments.
thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no other questions from Assembly members. Ms. Gray Jackson, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just wanted to say thank you very much, and thank you for your service to the citizens of Anchorage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ask unanimous consent on the acceptance of this item. Not seeing an objection, Madam Clerk, that is approved. The next item is item 9E2. Ms. Gray Jackson, this one's also yours. Information Random AM 78-2015. Ombudsman 2014 Annual Report.
Move to accept.
Second.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank our staff, the Ombudsman, for doing such a really great job presenting this report. I thought it was really, really great and pretty thorough. And one of the things that I enjoy a whole lot about the report was that he went all the way back to, I think, 1973, and he got quotes from prior ombudsmans. And it was really, really great. Some of them I knew, some of them I didn't, but it was just really, really great to see his extension within his report, to reach out to folks who had the position before he did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, ask unanimous acceptance of this item. Madam Clerk, there is no objection to it. That item is approved by the body. Next item is on page 5. It's 9F7, Resolution 2015-198. Resolution confirming the 2015 assessment role and levying special assessments for services on property specifically benefited in the Downtown Improvement District, Special Assessment District 1 SD 97. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Well, I need someone to introduce it. before
Move to introduce.
Second.
Is there a third? Okay. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Just the same as last year, Mr. Chairman, my sister owns a property within the Downtown Improvement District. She is not my dependent. She is not a member of my household, and she does qualify for the owner-occupied exemption. So I don't believe I have a conflict, but want to make sure everyone is clear on that point.
Ms. Johnston?
I suppose I should do the same thing. Our son, Ross, and my husband co-own a business, or a building that's within this district.
It's a ruling of the chair relative to this item. Neither one of you has a conflict. Ms. Dembowski?
No, I don't have a conflict. Shocking, I know. Mr. Chair, before you make your ruling, I just wanted to put on the record just showing that there was substantial consideration and there was basis for the decision. So I'll start with Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn, the financial or private interest held, it's not by a household member, but by your sister.
Correct.
Are we talking millions of dollars, or are we talking?
I wish.
Well, I'd like to know, because if this is a $10 million decision, it may change, your disclosure.
I don't know the precise value. I'm sure you can review it in the tax records, but I believe it's in the order of about $130,000 is the value of the property, and the assessment is, I think, in the order of $200 or $300.
Okay. And the reason I ask that, Mr. Chair, is because one of the factors is whether the financial or private interest is substantial, considering that the value is around $100,000, the obvious exemption is less than that, or the assessment is less than that. I wouldn't say Mr. Flynn would have, well, directly he doesn't. But Ms. Johnston, the same question to you regarding Ross's property. Are we talking a $10 million property here? Are we talking?
No, and one of the reasons I didn't bring this up is because I guess if I voted against this, then I might have a conflict. But since I'm voting for my husband and son to pay more in taxes, I don't see it as much of a conflict.
Okay, so again, when we're determining interest, we can't judge on how you're going to vote. But what I can ask you is, Ms. Johnston, do you feel you can put the public interest before any private interest that's held by you or any of your family members?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, it's my opinion that they do not have conflicts.
Thank you. Based on your opinion, it's a ruling of the chair they do not have a conflict of interest, and Patrick may not get invited to dinner. That may be his only problem with it. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson, we move over to the addendum to the agenda. You pulled F11, F12, F13, and F14. I assume for the same motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start with F11. Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Mr. Chairman, I pulled that because I think it was announced earlier that this ordinance is going to be, go before the Public Safety Committee for further discussion, and therefore, I think that moving the public hearing to the 25th of August will give the Public Safety Committee enough time to meet. They're going to meet in August, and that's my reason for moving to change the public, well, changing the public hearing date, Mr. Chairman. August 25th.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, that item will appear on the 25th of August.
All four of them, or just that one?
That one will take up the other ones. You want to do one mass one on the other three, we can do that.
If it's okay.
I think it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to introduce items 9F, 12, 13, 14.
Second.
Third.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to change the public hearing date to August 25th for the same purpose stated previously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we're going to take those items up on August 25th after they go to the Public Safety Committee for hearing. And Mr. Hunneman, I'd like a recommendation back from your committee on whether somebody should approve those or not. Just let us know. Okay?
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And that completes those items that were pulled for the further discussion. We have one person that's supposed to be here at 6 o'clock. Is Mr. Wallace here? We weren't sure if he was going to make it or not. I'll ask again at 6 o'clock. We can take up some other business. We have item 11A under old business unfinished action. Item 11A is the same memorandum, AM 420, 420-2015, sole source purchase of enterprise cloud services from SAP for the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. Ms. Greg Jackson, I need a motion on
Thank
that.
you, Mr. Chairman. Move to postpone, and I'm not quite sure what meeting we need to postpone. this to.
Administration, you wanted that postponed to what date? Which meeting?
If you give me a minute, Mr. Chairman.
We do have a semi-meeting on the 15th,
No, on the 28th.
on the 28th, 20th, 29th.
28th.
28th of July.
Yeah, but he wants to move it a little bit further. I'm thinking August 11th.
Mr. Chairman, the administration would request that we postpone that one until August 25th, please.
August 25th? Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to postpone item 11A to the meeting of August 25th.
Second.
Move to second discussion from semi-members.
Yes.
Mr. Starr, sir.
All I would hope is that the administration can pull up the record of the work session that was presented to the Assembly on the reason for the HANA upgrade. I think the HANA concept where you put off in the cloud or thereabouts would round out your information base as opposed to recreating that. We had several vendors that spoke to it. We, as the Assembly, contracted out a specific study to address the topic. So we have background information. So if you're trying to ramp up and get to speed, Mr. Wilbur, there's good data based on that work session.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Starr. Yes, we have. We will look at that one as well as a pile of others.
Great, thank you.
Any discussion from Assembly members? Ask unanimous on moving this one to August 25th. Should no objection, Madam Clerk, the minutes reflect we move that one. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the next item in front of us, item 11B.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to postpone AM 421-2015 to the meeting of August 25th.
Second.
Discussion from Assembly members. See no discussion. Ask unanimous consent on that. Madam Clerk, the minutes reflect that was approved by the body. Those two items will come back in front of us on the 25th of August. Next item in front of us, item 11C, Resolution 2015-173, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the outgoing administration's proposal to reorganize the Public Works Department and Department of Community Development. There is no action.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, move to postpone indefinitely. Discussion from Assembly members. Please vote. Who are we missing? Got everybody? That is postponed indefinitely. Again, is Mr. Wallace here? Not seeing Mr. Wallace. It's 6 o'clock, so. He indicated he might not be here because he was at Prudhoe Bay, Madam Clerk? Okay. so I don't think he's going to make it. Anyway,
Mr. Chair,
sir.
Point of personal privilege, if I may.
Absolutely, sir.
Before we take our lunch break, I just wanted to recognize, I know Mr. Honeman had his 25th anniversary, but we have even a larger life anniversary. I'm not sure what the exact number is, but this week is Assemblymember Johnston's birthday. And so I thought we would recognize her so that we could duly celebrate during our break. And
That's great.
we have this wonderful card for her.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We'll now take a break for our dinner break. Be back shortly.
We could have sang happy birthday.
Get started. Mr. Starr?
I'd like to change the order today to take up, ahead of the agenda items, I'd like to take up next items 14A, B, C, and E. Or was it D? I can't remember.
It was E.
E. A, B, C, and E.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any objection to that? We've changed order of the day. We'll get back to the others. We're going to first take up item 14A. Item 14A is the memorandum AM 412-2015 approval to enter into a management agreement with Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, ACPA, to operate the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts Center, Office of the Municipal Manager. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, identify yourself, and spell your last name. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
You have members of your board here?
We do.
Could you identify who they are?
I can do that for you, sure. We have with us from staff tonight Julie Millington, Vice President and Manager of Patron Services. Wave your hand, Julie. Cindy Hamilton, Director of Client Services. John Strebe, the Director of Physical Plant. John Frazier, Director of Ticketing. And Mark Flores from the Discovery Theater Production Manager. Nancy Harbour would have been here tonight, but she is on a Rasmussen Foundation-funded sabbatical and is precluded from joining us, so she can't be here. And then from the board, we have Mickey Becker, Marcus Holmquist, Bob Klein, and Suzanne Giroux.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Berkowitz. My name is Henry Penny. I currently serve as the board chair of the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, Incorporated. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak with you at the work session on Friday. I hope we were successful in providing the information that you were looking for. The matter before you tonight is approval of the management agreement to operate the Performing Arts Center, a role ACPA Inc. has successfully held since the building opened 27 years ago. Many senior staff members, some of which are here tonight, have been with the company for well over 15 years, some well over 20. In contrast to the PAC, the Egan and Denina Centers are large multi-use facilities with spaces that can be configured to host everything from a simple meeting for 30, a sit-down dinner for 1,000, a boxing match, and even a car show. Likewise, the Sullivan Arena hosts a number of diverse events, from hockey and basketball games to concerts and large trade shows. These venues also have the advantage of generating revenue from food and beverage sales. Unlike these municipal assets, the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts is a very specialized facility. We rent first-class performance spaces, complete with the necessary stage lighting, sound, and personnel. That's all we do. The majority of presenters at the PAC are nonprofit entities like the Anchorage Concert Association, the Anchorage Symphony Orchestra, the Anchorage Opera, Alaska Junior Theater, and others who provide a wide variety of entertainment to over 200,000 patrons a year. Nearly 90% of the events at the PAC are presented by these nonprofit entities. While the PAC is a specialized facility, it's an economic engine for downtown. A study done way back in 2007 found that the average PAC attendee spends another $25 on top of the cost of admission, primarily on meals before and after the event. That translates to $5 million per year to downtown businesses during the slow winter, fall, and spring months. The very first appropriation to ACPA Inc. was $1,175,000 in 1989. That number for 2015 is $1,344,000 and change, a difference of only $169,000 over 27 years of operation. If we were to apply the historical Anchorage CPI adjustments from the beginning, the 2015 appropriation would be $2.3 million, well over $1 million more than what is due under the current contract. I bring this up to demonstrate efficiency. Like every other organization, costs for ACPA Inc. have gone up significantly in the last 27 years. The company has absorbed these increases through additional revenue sources, innovation, and expense control. ACPA Inc. has successfully managed the PAC for the last 27 years. It is a specialized venue with many technical systems. We are uniquely qualified to continue management as we have the staff, the knowledge, and experience. And I urge you to vote to approve the management agreement tonight.
Did you say everything you needed to say, Mr. Penny?
Pardon?
Did you say everything you wanted to say? Did you say everything you wanted to say?
Yes.
Good. Mr. Hall.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Penny, what's the size of your board?
30 members, all volunteers.
Okay. And how are they, I'm going to use selected/elected, appointed? What's the process?
Our nominating committee chair, Mickey Becker, is here. We go out throughout the community looking for people who can bring a variety of skills to we have accountants, we have attorneys, a wide variety of backgrounds.
So you seek real diversity on that board
absolutely.
oversight. How does your interface with the administration and government work? If you're going to do a maintenance project or a capital project, how do you, what's the process?
Well, it depends on, you saw the HVAC project on the consent agenda today, $375,000 to do that. It depends on the size of the project. Most of them are done through the city, through the administration. For example, though, the acoustic shell that we just finished was a $1.7 million project that we funded it completely through donations.
Thank you. Just a comment. I think you do a remarkable job of managing the facility at no expense to government outside of what people pay to get in, attend, and shows and performances that came in or come into it. So my compliments to you on that, and thank you.
It's the staff gets the credit for that.
Thank you, Mr. Penny. There are no other questions from the
Okay,
assembly.
thank you.
Thanks for the job you guys do. It's just wonderful.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward, state your last name and spell, if you would, please. Thank you. Hello, Mr. McGrath.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen of the Anchorage Assembly, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations. I haven't said that yet. My name is Tom McGrath. I'd like to address you about the contract with the nonprofit that manages the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. I like going to performances at the ACPA and enjoy the facility. That being said, there's always a better mousetrap. There needs to be a continual analysis of everything a business or government entity does to ensure that a job and the mission is being accomplished in the best way for the people paying for the service or product. Trust but verify. I am sure you've all heard that. When was the ACPA last put out for bid? If it has not been for a while, and it hasn't, why not? Until I sold my business, I ran a business here in Anchorage for 35 years. I continually looked at my practices, employees, physical plant to try and provide the best service for my customers. I traveled outside many times to take seminars, explore other businesses, and attempted to verify that what I was doing was correct. I often found out that there was a better way to perform some of the functions. Nobody does anything the best way. There is always room for improvement. When I listened to the tape of the Anchorage work session from last Friday about this issue, I heard a lot of laudatory comments from the Anchorage Assembly, but I didn't hear any probing questions. Several of you lauded the ACPA. Fine, but what's your yardstick? What's the gauge? Or better yet, did the Anchorage Municipal Purchasing Department, what gauge did they use when they put this out for bid? And did they compete this opportunity to find out if there was anyone else that could do a better job? There may not be, but we're spending $7.5 million, and I look at what you do with the budget every year and the small amounts and the scrutiny that you give some of the departments, and the ACPA should at least get the scrutiny that you give the other departments in the municipality. All taxpayers are asked by this action to support the ACPA, but many do not receive the benefit. I think the $7.5 million should come from user fees rather than a general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. There are no questions, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate Mr. McGrath actually precipitating this public hearing on this particular issue. And unlike the rest of you, I spend most of my days downtown. And some of my favorite days are when I can't possibly drive my vehicle down either E Street or G Street because they're packed with school buses bringing kids from all over our community, every corner of our community, to see a live performance from a visiting theater group. And ACPA makes that happen. And I will tell you, about 70% of those kids would never, ever get a chance to see a performance like that were it not for the efforts of this nonprofit. So I appreciate what they do. I understand Mr. McGrath's questions. I appreciate them. I take them seriously. But this is an organization that has earned our support. I urge yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Flynn spoke very adequately on the outward look at people who participate, and particularly the school kids. Several of us, and what the public should know, and Mr. McGrath as well, several of us have availed ourselves to the working group and meetings at the ACPA at the request of their board, and they do this on a regular basis, and we actually get to not necessarily turn the nuts and bolts and screws, but just kind of inspect them from the behind the scenes, and they let us know exactly how they're performing their job, and they take their role seriously. So we do spend a great deal of time scrutinizing, at least boots on the ground, if you will, within the center, and talking with the members of the board and the executive director and their staff. And so saying that, I feel, when I say this, I feel very confident that the ACPA board is managing our money as a nonprofit very well, and I feel very confident in their abilities to continue doing so. I'm like you, Mr. McGrath, in that just because you're a nonprofit doesn't mean that someone that's working there doesn't make a decent salary. I get that, and sometimes that's a rub for where the money is spent, how much a percentage is done on overhead or salaries and such. But I can assure you that there's many, many more volunteer hours that are spent, and a lot of things that are done with sweat equity from the ACPA board, and I'm fully supportive of this contract.
Other questions or comments from assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. That's approved by the body. Congratulations. Continue your good work. Next item in front of us will be item 14B. It's a memorandum AM 413 2015 approval to enter into a tourism agreement with Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau doing business as Visit Anchorage for the promotion of tourism. This item is now open for public hearing. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name for our clerk, if you would, please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, my name is George Sandoval, Sandoval, and I'd like to thank you for your time, as well as the other assembly members, the mayor, the new administration of the Berkowitz. Thank you very much as well. My name is George Sandoval, and I am here in front of you to testify to let you know that I am honored as the chair of Visit Anchorage, as well as the board of directors, to share with you a little bit about Visit Anchorage and how we perform as a board and all the checks and balances that are involved with this. As chair, I'm in charge and leading a group of 27 diverse and driven business owners who serve on the board. Many of them are here tonight. If they'll please wave. My rank allows me to say the following with conviction, and we were built to be responsive. As part of the public-private partnership, I am keenly aware of 4 levels of oversight, including the board, hoteliers, our members, and the municipal audit process. First, let me delve into our board. Our board structure allows us to be nimble, decisive, as well as strategic. While we value the expertise of our longtime business leaders, we also seek fresh perspectives from successful new entrepreneurs in our board makeup. Rotating term limits build resilience in our roster. We are also very mindful of our responsibility to the municipality with 2 of your very own assembly members and a representative from the mayor's office serving among us. The second level of oversight involves our hoteliers. We receive tremendous scrutiny from this group who collect the self-imposed bed tax. We're in constant communication with hoteliers to ensure that they and their industry receive relevant on the national and global scene when competing for conventions and meetings. The third level of oversight involves our members. As a board, we represent the diversity of more than 1,000 businesses. These stakeholders weigh in annually with the membership survey, and we are happy to report that in the latest survey in 2014, 98% of our members reported being satisfied or very satisfied with the services and results Visit Anchorage provides, and it's right here documented. In addition, the President's Office of Visit Anchorage also performs a quarterly performance measure that is provided to the municipality and is shared among not only the municipality but also the board. Last but not least is the annual audit process. As required by the municipality, we undergo yearly financial audits. Our audits are provided to the board, assembly, as well as the administration. Thanks to the diligence of our staff, we can report our audits have been very clean and very transparent. This again is another vote of confidence and dedication to transparency. All told, these 4 levels of accountability give us a well-rounded perspective and ensures complex accountability. This mindful mix of advisors, audits, and oversight allows us to make the best decisions to move the city forward as a lead marketing organization in promoting Anchorage to visitors worldwide. We draw upon industry expertise, we make strategic decisions, we examine the marketplace for investment, and we provide direction to the talented team charged with booking business day after day. As a contractor, we're ever cognizant of the responsibility given to us by the city. As a board, we are bound by something greater: ethics, pride, and ambition. We humbly ask you to approve the tourism contract between Visit Anchorage and the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you.
Sir. We have a few questions for you. Mr. Hall, sir.
Yes, thank you for being here.
Sure, thank you.
And I didn't wave my hand when you asked for board members. I didn't want the audience to think I was waving back. Mr. Honum and I both are voting members of the board of Visit Anchorage. You've already shared with us it's a board of 27 people. Would you share with us a bit how your board members are selected? And I know in this it's your bylaws.
Sure. We actually go through a round of an election process. We're broken up into different categories so that there is a representation from different industries on the board. So we have people from the accommodations industry. We have people who represent the transportation, businesses, services, and so on and so forth. So there's a great representation and voice from the local community as well as anybody from the state.
Great. And just for the record, you already shared the audit that's shared with the administration as well as the assembly. But I also want to address the fact that when you do capital maintenance, you manage the Denina Center as well as the Sullivan, or you put the contracts out and we have managers that do it. But at the time any capital expenditure is done in there, whether it's maintenance or actual capital, the process for that as well?
Yes, we do, and it's the Egan Center as well as the Denina, and we actually have a facilities committee who oversees any capital expenditure as well as oversees anything that's going to happen not only in the short term but also long term as well.
Right, and that also comes through the elected officials for approval for those kind of expenditures.
Yes, sir, it does.
Great. As I say, Mr. Honum and I both serve on this board. Try to make most of the board meetings since we're voting, and I am very impressed with the quality of the individuals on the board, and not only the fact that they are representing different parts of the visitor industry in the community, but the fact that these are always the CEOs, the leaders of the companies that are filling those seats. And I think you do a remarkable job of that recruiting. And it's also the fact I'd point out that they are sought after seats because these people are very interested in what's happening in our community in regards to the visitors industry. So thank you for being here, and thank you, and thank the staff for an outstanding job.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll share those comments. Thank you very much.
There are no other questions. I just want to personally tell you thank you for the job you do, because I see the state cutting back, it's important that we keep the tourism coming into Anchorage.
Absolutely.
I think you guys are going to be counted on more and more to make sure the tourists come to town, and we'd like them to spend their money here.
Thank you very much. I'm very proud of our organization and Julie and the staff and everybody else that does a tremendous job there too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Julie, come on up and testify if you wish, ma'am.
I was half debating after that stellar performance that maybe I should let it rest, but thank you for the opportunity. My name is Julie Soppe, President and CEO of Visit Anchorage. The last name for the record is S-A-U-P-E. And I also want to thank you for your time tonight and for your time during Friday's work session. I'll try not to be too redundant, but I do appreciate that tonight's session is a public opportunity also for us to share some of our story. George Sandoval eloquently addressed our oversight model. I'd like to address the concerns raised regarding us as a sole source contract and also regarding the term of the contract. While I report to the 27 board members that George outlined, I know that the organization's responsibility extends way beyond the board and beyond our industry. We have tremendous respect that these are public monies, even if they are designated for tourism promotion. And every day we feel a commitment and a responsibility to the community to achieve our mission of booking business. The initial 4% bed tax was self-initiated by local hoteliers to specifically fund the Convention and Visitors Bureau. As I've outlined, there's what we call a virtuous cycle to this funding model. The better we make our spending decisions and the more effectively that we attract quality visitors, the greater the economic impact these funds will have on our community, which is our shared goal with the municipality. A motivating side effect of this achievement is an increase in the bed taxes, helping to boost the municipal budget along with our own. We have grown with the bed tax, and the bed tax has grown with us. Because of the unique nature of this partnership, that these public funds were initiated to support our organization, and because of our successful track record, I believe that a sole source renewal is appropriate. We do not take the privilege of this contract for granted. For the past 40 years, and if approved tonight for the next 10 years, the contract clearly states that it may be terminated for poor performance. As an organization, we are duty-bound to be responsive, efficient, and effective in achieving our mission. If you were to shop around for a different contractor, it would become evident that we are uniquely qualified based on our direct sales experience, our sales relationships, and the knowledge and experience of our staff. And last Friday, I shared my pride in their professionalism and their expertise. Because of them, Anchorage's reputation among our client bases is stellar, meaning meeting planners, tour operators, travel agents, and travel media worldwide. We are in a labor-intensive and a relationship-intensive business. Rebuilding these long-term relationships would be an enormous hurdle for any contractor and a definite setback for Anchorage's marketing efforts. We also talked about the added risk and costs that Visit Anchorage accepted as a partner in the financing and management package for the convention facilities. This long-term risk also warrants a long-term commitment to us from the municipality. My ending message to you is that Visit Anchorage's board is keenly aware of the responsibility we hold as the private part of this partnership. We are passionate about what we do and the reason that we do it. We appreciate the oversight provided by the municipality and our obligation to work under this contract. Visit Anchorage is accountable. We have a focused mission, and we are grateful for the opportunity to be Anchorage's marketing partner. I hope that we have also earned your confidence to move forward with the contract before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn has a question, ma'am.
Ms. Soppe, good to see you.
Nice.
Could you describe the retainage process?
Yes, thank you. Retainage, where the term came from, I don't know. But retainage refers to 5% of the 4% of the bed taxes that go towards this contract. To earn that final 5% funding, we have a lot of I want to say 32, 36 different performance measures that we must report to quarterly and then at the end of the year. In addition, we must have a good audit finalized and reported back to you. And in addition to that, we must have a 3-year track record of at least 2% growth in the bed taxes. So that final 5% is important to us. We work hard to make sure that we meet all of the performance measures in our contract and that we report them adequately. Since 2007, when I took over as president and retainage has become a bigger issue, we did not earn it for a couple of years. We had to negotiate that, and that was because of the worldwide financial collapse when we saw an 18% decline in bed taxes. And that is a stipulation in our contract. It's something that we live with. We'd love not to have the retainage in there, but we understand why it's there, and it keeps us honest as well.
So other than those 2 years, has the old ACVB, the new Visit Anchorage, ever failed to achieve those benchmarks? Do you know? No,
we have never failed to achieve those. The only benchmark we've ever failed to achieve is the 2% growth due to the financial crisis of 2008-2009.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Thank you, Mr. McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tom McGrath. I'd like to address you about the contract with the nonprofit that manages Visit Anchorage. I think that Visit Anchorage is doing some things fairly well. I also think that there are some shortcomings in many areas. That being said, there's always a better mousetrap. There needs to be continual analysis of everything a business or government entity does to ensure that the job and the mission is being accomplished in the best way for the people paying for the service or product. I and my wife are tourists. We like to travel, and one thing we always check in with is the local Convention Visitors Bureau to assist us in our visit. Anchorage's Visit Anchorage is adequate, but I don't think it's near as good as some. We've been given the best venue for tourists in the world. We really don't have that many visitors when we're compared to some places. I could criticize, but I would rather ask, how have we gone to market with this opportunity to see what we could get for the $100 million over the next 10 years? And people, one of the reasons I brought this to you a couple of weeks ago is people don't realize it's $100 million over 10 years. I mean, even to Mr. Flynn, that's probably a lot of money. Again, trust but verify. When was Visit Anchorage last put out to bid? If it hasn't been for a while, and it sounds like it hasn't been for 40 years, why not? Here again, we must continually look for best practices, employees, and physical plant to try and provide the best services for our customers. Nobody does everything the best way. There is always room for improvement. By what yardstick do you gauge? Or better yet, did the Anchorage Municipal Purchasing Department gauge Visit Anchorage to see if they're doing the job they're asked to do, or did they compete this opportunity to find out if anybody else out there could do a better job? The contract is worth close to $100 million over a 10-year period. That is huge. Yet a 16-minute work session with ACPA and Visit Anchorage. I think a task force would be appropriate to handle a $100 million contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Ms. Gray-Jackson? Okay. Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Gray-Jackson first, then Mr. Flynn, then Mr. Hall, and Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Domboski for suggesting that we have a public hearing, because I think it's really good public process. I think that the public probably learned a whole lot through this process, not just on this particular contract, but on the previous one also. And I'd just like to restate some comments that I made at the work session on Friday, because maybe a lot of people don't know, but frankly, it is law that the 8%, well, it's now 12%, but when the bed tax was 8%, it's in the municipal code that 4% of that tax be used for tourism. And no, it doesn't say Visit Anchorage, but after all, they've been doing it for 40 years and doing a fine job. And then, thanks to Senator Begich, when he was mayor and the Denina Center was constructed, the voters approved an additional bed tax, which brought it to 12%. And 4% still goes to Visit Anchorage, 4% goes in the general government operating budget, and the other 4% goes to pay off the debt for that Denina Center. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I have to ask Visit Anchorage, and I asked this at the work session, everybody knows that Anchorage has been a member of the National League of Cities for 55 years. We have a really big convention center now, and we can house 3,000 to 5,000 folks, mayors, council folks from all over the country. So I asked you, please work a little more diligently to try to get the fall National League of Cities Conference here in Anchorage. That's all I ask. And thank you for a job well done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I think some of you know I spent some time in the tourism industry, and one of my many bosses over the years was a member of the board. And the thing that I would request of the Visit Anchorage board is to look at the capital fund a little more closely, because I believe, based on my analysis, that we could pay down the debt on the Denina Center more quickly than the current schedule. And if we were to do so, that provides us with some fiscal flexibility with that extra 4% that Ms. Gray Jackson discussed as potentially reducing costs for visitors to our city and thereby making us more attractive, or maybe making a slightly higher contribution to the general fund and offsetting property taxes. So I would like the board to take that request seriously and spend some time on it. I know you have a lot of very smart people, having served as the ex officio member for a year or two, and I think that's a worthwhile goal, kind of a debt hawk. Mr. Starr's heard me talk about this before, and so I would like to see that as a goal for the next couple of years to figure out how we can pay that debt down more quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have an amendment that we need to make on the memorandum, AM number 413, on line 27. It says this agreement is for 10-year term ending December 31st, 2025, not 2015.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, let the minutes reflect there is no objection to changing that. It will now read December 31st, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, those of you know some of my my private life, I spend time flying folks around that are brought here because we marketed to them well. That's a more of a Visit Alaska approach, but there is no Visit Alaska that's really taken hold. So I think Visit Anchorage is how folks learn about Alaska in general. Certainly they use it as a gateway to go on and beyond that. So I entice them to stay in Anchorage as best I can. They're oftentimes lured by other parts of the state, and so it's always a challenge to hear them that they're going to go somewhere else. But I think what I hear, and this is, again, it's unscientific other than several hundred people talk to me throughout my airplane rides about their experiences in Anchorage and how they get marketed. The company I work for, there's no self-disclosure here. I get paid an hourly rate to fly an airplane. I don't engage in marketing. But I see the emails that come in, the forwarded leads, the marketing proposals that come in. It's a very scientific entity that runs this Visitors Bureau here, and I find that refreshing. Can it always be better? Certainly. We're 4,000 miles away from the lower 48 to entice folks to come up here as opposed to Europe or the other places that they come from. But I will tell you it's working. I don't speak German. I wish I did. I don't speak Japanese. I wish I did, because I can tell you the number of folks that are coming up here. I'm bragging now, but my wallet is bigger because of the tips. These folks are spending money. They don't have to tip me. They certainly go over and above what I charge them, or I don't. My company charges them, and so to have them open and honest, asking me where to go eat, I can recommend 20 places. Lastly, I'll leave it with two other comments. One is that the makeup, the leadership, the directors are vested in the industry, whether they own a restaurant, whether they own a van, whether they own a hotel. They're self-directing this. If the bottom drops out on that leadership, then we'll terminate the contract and figure out somebody else to run it. They're vested in their own industry. The last one is perhaps a challenge. Part of the agreement, the administrative terms of agreement that we're going to accept says that a previous loan through Civic Ventures gets paid back. It's $1 million over the next couple of years. I would hope that the administration can perhaps negotiate through the Civic Ventures Board and those appropriate uses for that money. I'm not mandating to go back in the general fund. There may be very specific terms and conditions. There was a bridge loan back in the day when revenues got short, but I don't necessarily feel like it needs to go back in the general fund when we can perhaps do something with several $100,000 a year that may generate more than $1 million or $2 million in return. So only look at that. It's not really clear in the conditions and terms that we're about to approve, but I would like the administration to get back to us probably in 60 days and tell us by October when the money payments start coming in what we'll do with that. I'm not going to make an amendment, but certainly an urge from legislative intent that the administration tell us what we need to do to appropriate that money appropriately. So thank you. Kudos to that. I see it. I hear it. And if that's the best I can bring to the table from analysis, I'm happy to do it because it's working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Everybody pretty much covered most. I just wanted to make sure the public knows, Mr. McGrath as well, and I wasn't at the work session on Friday, but I didn't need to be there to understand more about ACVB or the Visit Anchorage, because I actually do sit as one of the 2 members on the board through Government Relations Committee and the overall board of the Visit Anchorage. And so saying that, we meet monthly in Government Relations. Other committees that we're available for, we can attend, and we do meet annually as an entire board, and we get to learn a lot about the nuts and bolts of this operation from behind the scenes. On top of that, there's a representative from the mayor's office that's appointed, sits on the board and gets to have direct input and also be made aware of what's going on and how things are going. So I think this is a very heavily scrutinized board. I think you can, to the extent that you trust the local elected officials, I understand sometimes that's a challenge, but we're looking, we're watching, we're checking, and we're there. So I feel very comfortable and confident that we're doing it right. And I know I recognize a few faces from up here. I think I see Mr. Henderson back there. I'm not sure. Anyway, if not, I know that Mr. Henderson has cracked me up a lot of times. We were at the Egan Center, and he comes riding in on a bicycle and a top hat and a cane and everything. It's really flavorful to have people from out of state that were coming in preparing a conference, and it kind of sold them that we can actually have enthusiasm and spirit and people saying how enjoyable it was, and it's not a slight mistake that they bring some of these people up for the familiarization trips during Furondi and Iditarod start. So these are things that it's investments on getting a return on our investments, and they're doing it very, very well. So I urge support of this contract, and I can't think of anybody else that could do it any better. So that's the best I can put it.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. There's nobody else on the agenda to speak. Please vote. That item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14C, Resolution Error 2015-196, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and International Association of Firefighters, Local 1264, IAFF. No. We did C and then E. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name. Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr.
Not really, other than I hope you guys all read the contract. It's lengthy. I read them all. I think the idea, are we committed to public safety, oftentimes has come up either to campaign or people are asking us what our priorities are. And believe me, we have a nice contract that's well written, fair. It also, I hope, takes care of the municipal worker and those that are union members well. It's not to say they don't. It certainly doesn't. But we have a solid commitment to public safety through our agreement that's being approved tonight. So I'm happy to agree it. I read it, and I'm happy to have those municipal employees carry on their duties and responsibilities through the municipality through to retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans, sir.
Yeah, just a comment on process. I too read the contracts, and I'm glad this is the last of the cycle, and we're done for a while on all the contracts. I just had a thought when I was reading through it. We get these contracts after they've been negotiated by the city, and we can either approve them or not approve them. We certainly are not in a position where we should be renegotiating them. So even if I have concerns about some of the provisions in the contract, and as a management side labor lawyer, I always do, I feel constrained. I don't want to raise them because, the administration is engaged in good faith negotiations. I think maybe it might be advisable, unless there's some reason we don't, for this body to have actually a labor relations committee. 80% of the money we spend goes to labor relations. And the purpose of the committee would simply be to, in advance of collective bargaining, have this committee, this body, review all the contracts as they exist, and if there are any issues that it wants the administration to address in the negotiations, to do that up front, so that at least we have, and they may not, it might be the administration's position might be different than ours, but at least we raise the issues up front instead of afterwards where we're kind of constrained to really do anything by the fact that we don't want to renegotiate the contracts. So it's just a thought, and I leave it to the chair for his discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. It's a good thought. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a wonderful idea, Mr. Evans, and I'm sure the chair will take it into consideration. But I just want to take a moment and thank Mike Stambach, president of IAFF, for sending us a red line copy of the contract, because the contracts are pretty big and it takes quite a bit of time to read them along with everything else that we had to read. But it made my life way easier to read the copy of the contract that he sent to all of us, and I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to Mr. Evans' comment, we do actually have a process by which, when we're not in active negotiations, developing guidelines that we give to the administration that we ask that they follow, and we've been in check when we get a contract back that it does comply with that. It's not a committee, but it is certainly something that we do on an active basis. And now that, as you point out, we're closing out the last of the major contracts, it's probably appropriate to revisit those directives so that we give the administration that guidance when they next go into negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There are no other Assembly members in queue, so as we vote on this, will the public know that Ms. Dabowski will not be voting on this because her husband, being a firefighter, she's excluded from voting on this issue. So if you wonder why her name's not up there with the vote, that's why. Please vote. The item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14E, Ordinance AO 2015-74, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 17.10.090, to add additional off-leash dog park spaces. From the Department of Law, public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name.
My name is Penny Burt, and I wasn't prepared to testify tonight, but since the order was changed, I think our leader, Stephen Refuse, was not advised of the order change, and he's probably planning to come later, but I would just urge the committee to approve of this. We have put many, many hours of work into this dog park, and we crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's, and we just urge you to approve this. Or maybe you want to put this a little later tonight so that somebody who knows more about it than I do can talk to you about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Better hand the gavel over, sir.
Ms. Gray Jackson, you want to take
Welcome. Please
Thank
state
you.
your name.
Good evening,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, members of the Assembly Administration. My name is Sandy Traney, T-R-A-I-N-I. I am here to speak on behalf of the Animal Control Board. A couple other members were going to be here, but it doesn't look like they're here yet. We are very much in support. There are two resolutions in your packet about this. One was in 2013. One was more recent. As Animal Control Board, we recognize the need for dog parks. In fact, we'd like to see even more, as the need is there, and we urge your support of this, to add the 2 dog parks to the ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Trainee. I don't see anyone who has any questions, so thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else wish to testify? Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Carla McConnell, MCCONNELL. I wasn't prepared to testify about this either. I'm obviously here for something else. But I am the president of the Anchorage Sports Association, and as you know, we've had a real issue with people bringing dogs into our ballparks, shutting the gates and letting their dogs run and do these kinds of things. It's cost us a lot of extra money and maintenance because, of course, we have to clean up the dog mess and these kinds of things before each game, each time. We have maintenance has to walk the field. So if this is to make more off-leash dog spaces, I am all for it. It would really help out the sports community also, because it's become a tremendous problem with dogs on fields. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, could we get your first name again?
Carla.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing say no on public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Comments from assembly members. Mr. Honeman.
I just wanted to make sure that when people understand, particularly Valley of the Moon Park and anywhere near a bike trail, that the off-leash dogs aren't really to be on the trails, because I know we had a lot of complaints, concerns from people who walk, jog, and bike on the trails. So that's what I want to make sure the Animal Control Advisory Board is make sure that that information somehow gets out, that it's posted clearly that off-leash dogs aren't really supposed to be on the trails, even though they're designated in the park area. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Well, thank you, sir. And sort of Mr. Honeman's point, is my understanding that the Valley of the Moon Park designation is specifically to the old ball field, which really isn't used as a ballpark anymore, but does have fencing, and it is unofficially used as a dog park already. I'm going to support this with a little bit of trepidation, because I'm not sure it's been as fully vetted as it might otherwise have been. But I'll take a flyer here. I'll take it on faith that owners will be responsible and will be able to maintain the facility in a manner that's appropriate. But I'm also not going to. I'm going to point out if I get complaints that this was not my idea. Yeah, you.
Yeah, I know.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Flynn just stole my thunder, so I'll just really say, okay, so we'll move on from there, because I hear what you're saying, Mr. Flynn. But really, we're estimating no fiscal note with this, so we expect everybody's going to pick up their poo. Is that what, Mr. Rada, are you here? Yeah, you're here. I see you. You don't anticipate any real changes to your operation that is going to cost anything for this? That really was a question, even though I was mumbling. Sorry about that. I'm getting lethargic.
To the chair, Ms. Dombrowski, would you repeat your question?
Let's see if I can articulate
I
it.
couldn't quite hear you.
With the dog park, you're not anticipating any additional costs associated with that? I see no fiscal note attached to it.
No, there's no additional cost. I mean, it's already been used. Partially in answer to Mr. Flynn, actually this is pretty well vetted with North Star, South Edition. There's been a lot of banter, VIP group. It's proposed in the master plan for Valley of the Moon.
Right.
Basically, actually, we want to expand it and make some revisions to the park generally, adding parking, moving the dog park, et cetera, and things like that. So it doesn't change what we're doing at all. It makes it official.
I was going to say, my recollection, it's kind of already being used as a dog park. Isn't that right?
The Little League field has not been used for, I couldn't tell you how many years, but a long time, and people have kind of taken it over, and it's worked very well. It's just small. It needs to be enlarged, just like a lot of the areas, but it doesn't change what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Ms. Johnston.
I just wanted to say that when I've been riding my bicycle by, it seems to be quite organized as far as its use. They have big dog time, little dog time. And sometimes there's a mix between, but it seems that everybody that's using it seems to take quite some care.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Steele.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I want to assure Mr. Flynn that I know at least twice, maybe even 3 times, they did come out to the Community Council in North Star, and I know they also went to South Addition. And I think it was actually proposed originally by folks from the South Addition who use it regularly as a group meeting place. But there will be some costs, I think, in terms of pooper scooper bags and that type of thing, maybe a little bit more attention to a trash can. But other than that, it seems to get along well with the other users of the park. But Mr. Flynn may have other information.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
I appreciate the support of this body in this. We sent this to voters on a bond, and they approved money for this, and we went to Juneau and got state grant to help do this. So we've already got the money appropriated to do what we need to do there. And for years, that's been an unofficial dog park. This just makes it official. And you're right, Jennifer, you've got bigger dog time and little dog time. And it works. And part of the reason was because we had so many street people sleeping there in the dugouts. They wanted to have something, and they thought these dogs would help stop that from happening. So I'm going to vote to support this.
Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Chairman Trainee?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move to change the order of the day at the request of the administration to take up items 14J, K, and L.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
An additional $100,000 from State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, SOA/DOTs and PF, grant to Merrill-Field Capital Improvement Fund 581 for the 2014 Merrill-Field Airport Capital Improvement Security Improvements Phase 3. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Chairman, although I don't have a current project underway, my client has been in negotiations with the Merrill Field Management about the security fence relocations for a property that I'm likely to develop at Merrill Field. So I would ask to be exempt from this vote.
Mr. Starr, you're exempt from this vote.
Thank you. I do have a financial vested interest, Ms. Demboski, in it. Yeah.
She does. He does.
I think the criteria would be self-disclosure there that even though I don't have anything under contract now, we're talking about it, and so the security improvements are likely to have an impact on the project that I'll come with, so it'd be safe if I didn't try to influence.
Thank you for
Take a
listing
walk.
your basis, Mr. Starr. I appreciate it.
Any other comments from Assembly members on this item? He's gone. Please vote. That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14K. 14K is Resolution 2015-211, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $344,789 to the Federal Categorical Grants Fund 241 as a Federal Transit Administration Section 5310 grant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is providing demand response transit service for seniors and individuals with disabilities. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your last name clearly for the record. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Wilbur, you have knowledge of this grant and the program. We're heavily dependent on the dial-a-ride or some of the call-up features of transportation at Chugach Eagle River. Is this more money or less money? Are you going to be able to continue as is?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, it's program money, basically the same amount we receive every year. It's not additional funds. It's a program we have budgeted.
You don't anticipate any changes then to the ability to dial-a-ride the special needs patients or the ADA out in my particular region?
Chair, not as a result of these funds, no.
Thanks a lot.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Anything else, Mr. Starr?
No, thank you.
Okay. Please vote. That item is approved by the body. The next item in front of us for public hearing is item 14L, Resolution Air 2015-212, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $130,000 of other fines and forfeitures revenue from federal seizures and forfeitures to the federal/state fine and forfeiture fund 257 for use by the Anchorage Police Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Mr. Starr.
Chief, do you mind a little more clarity on it? It says use for crimes, investigation, and various matters thereof. In years past, we've had a clearer description. It's an even amount of $130,000 withdrawal. Do you have the opportunity to elaborate what you've got in mind with additional funding requests?
Mr. Trainey and Mr. Starr, this is a fairly small appropriation. I think the largest percentage of it, frankly, is to fund sending some of our commanders to long-term command schools like the FBI National Academy. We took about a 5-year hiatus on training our commanders, and so much of the money will probably go for that. That's what we have in mind. A small amount that's left over is frankly just set aside for unanticipated expenses. Could be minor equipment, could be supplies. We could roll some of that back into investigative funds, i.e. additional buy money to make additional cases and make additional forfeitures.
Fair enough. And obviously, with the litmus test that the I think Department of Justice or one of those groups has on oversight of this type of money, it meets the criteria for use, the travel training.
Certainly, yes.
Great.
Everything that we do, we watch very closely to make sure that we pass their audits and spend the money on projects that they approve of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from Assembly members? Not seeing any, please vote. That item is approved. We now go back to item 13A. Item 13A is ordinance AO 2015-59, an ordinance amending.
Mr. Chairman?
Anchorage, yes.
I believe when you previously accepted a motion to change the order of the day that we were going to take up item 9 Delta 10 prior to item 13A.
Mr. Bowski, did you get done what you needed to do on that?
No, sir. I was going to change the order of the day again and just put it at the end of the agenda and put it after item 14I, if that's okay.
If you wish, ma'am.
Yep. I make that
Is there a
motion.
second for that?
Second.
Ask unanimous. Before we leave the building, we'll have that done, ma'am. Thank you, Mr.
Assembly
Flynn.
Council has entered the building, so I'm sure it'll be right now. Thank you.
We're now going back to item 13A, ordinance 2015-59, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning New Code, effective January 1st, 2014, Chapter 21.04, Zoning Districts, Chapter 21.06, Dimensional Standards and Measurements, Chapter 21.07, Development and Design Standards, and other code is necessary to implement changes to the floor area ratio requirements. This is being introduced by Assembly Members Hall and Dabowski. Mr. Hall, did you have a comment before we begin public hearing on it?
Yes, I do, Mr. Trini. It's my intention to postpone action on this until August the 11th. I want to give the P&Z a chance to adopt the amendments that they made to this, and unfortunately, they didn't get that completed at the last meeting.
Okay. For the public, what it means is you can testify tonight if you want, but his motion will be to postpone this to August 11th. So, anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name and courtesy for the record and spell your last name, if you would, please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Richard Braun. This is another of a series of a death by 1,000 cuts to Title 21. Why don't we just kill that thing, go back to the old plan, set up a new committee, fix it, instead of nibbling it to death every time it gets in your way. The city even, like of the month after Title 21 was implemented, the first project they had to do, first item was, we're going to waive Title 21 for this project. The city couldn't even meet it, didn't like it. This is just another layer that we're chopping away. We had 20 years you worked on it? Something. We had public process for year after year for 2 decades. And now we're going to nibble it to death with these little cuts that nobody probably even knows about or you hope will notice. Title 21 is ridiculous.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Ainsley Phillips, and I didn't come to testify against this tonight, but I'm excited to be able to because this may be my last opportunity to join this group. And I agree with the gentleman prior to me that we have absolutely murdered Title 21 and the future of this town. I mean, Anchorage is, excuse the expression, but a butt-ugly city. I've sold real estate in this town for 47 years, and I can't begin to tell you how many of the people moving up here from the lower 48, the negative comments they have. And it could be so simple. And this town has bowed down to developers for too damn many years that had special interests, listening to what they had to say. I saw in the paper the other day about there haven't been condos and apartments built in this town because of Title 21. That is so much bullpucky, I can't even believe it. The reason they haven't done it is because the rental rate has been so bad. And now that the rental market is tightening up again, it's time to do it again. But it had nothing to do with Title 21 or cost, and I can prove that. And if I have to do it like I did on the site condo ordinance, I will get their own documents and show you their own information that proves that that's bullpucky. Excuse my language. I need to save my energy for the next one. Thank you.
It's good to see you again. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing say no one, Mr. Hall?
Yes, I move postponing action on this item until August the 11th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection from assembly members?
I have a question.
Sir.
One of the premises is that the input and the comments from the Planning and Zoning Commission would be available to us. I'd like that before the August 11th meeting, if we can get that as part of the public record. How would we go about that, Mr. Chairman?
Jerry? Understand the commission has met, and the document is now in planning to come to us. We need to have the document before the 11th. Can we make that deadline?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, basically the commission has seen this ordinance. They've made 2 amendments to it, and they're reviewing 2015-76, the alternate ordinance. So they haven't finished that review. So my understanding is that that was going to be part of.
Where are the comments that are part of -59 from Planning and Zoning and their suggested amendments? You mentioned just 2 of them so far.
two, and they're in your packet, I believe.
No, sir. I
No, submitted.
I didn't get them, so if they're, did they go back to planning and zoning for approval and acceptance then?
I believe the resolution's not completed is what the deal is with that.
So they haven't completed the resolution through planning and zoning?
Correct.
Okay, so back to Mr. Chairman, when the resolution is complete, do we have to wait till August 11th to include it in the packet, or?
To the administration, I would like the document before our meeting on the 11th. So would you get with whoever in the planning department needs to have it done? I want to know clearly what the Planning and Zoning Commission did and the recommendation to us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because otherwise, we can substitute our own judgment. We don't need them to tell us what to do. We can institute our own judgment. And I would much rather hear from them than us have to do that, but we can do that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that urging, and I don't mind it to be a special a memo or something like that. I think it's advisory to the Assembly anyhow through planning and zoning, so whatever accepted resolution they have, I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Starr's point, the Title 21 Committee brought this up. Planning and Zoning actually brought this ordinance up June 8th and voted on it, and they did, in fact, pass it overwhelmingly. Staff has told us now twice that they would have that resolution to us the day after, like they told us last time. They would have it to us by tomorrow. Prior to that, they told us they'd have it to us the day after the previous meeting. And contrary to what Mr. Weaver said, I listened to the entire Planning and Zoning Commission meeting from June 8th today, and I actually took notes, copious amounts of notes, and the Commission isn't looking at this version as an alternative to Mr. Evans' version. They're looking at it as complementary, and in fact, that was their words. In my opinion, this is a bureaucratic slowdown. Quite frankly, we don't have a P&Z's resolution yet, and it's unfortunate. I've heard the planning staff is very overworked, but it's very difficult to take action on these items with their comments if they're not given to us in a timely fashion. But with that said, I'm fine by putting it off, but let's not parse words here. This isn't an alternative version; it's an additional version. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, on the motion to postpone this item to the 11th.
Exactly. No, I don't agree with the motion to postpone. I think the Planning and Zoning Commission approved this already. Like Ms. Dombowski said, she's already listened to the tapes. There is nothing we're really waiting on that is required for us to take action. We've had already hours of public testimony on it. I think we should deal with it tonight and move on. I mean, it's just the whole thing is sort of indicative of why people have been working on Title 21 for generations now.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, it isn't to debate my colleague. I'm just trying to figure out process. Typically, we have, throughout all of the Title 21 discussions, had the input from planning and zoning who are very engaged in the conversations. I believe that some people attend planning and zoning out of historical precedents that don't attend our meetings because their delivered message comes through to us in a resolution format from that. And so as one who's been on planning and zoning, not working through Title 21 rewrites, I sort of value what they say. And so a tad frustrating. I'm happy to put it off, or not happy, but I'm willing to put it off. But my comment still stands as I'd like to see the resolution formal, so I'm a little bit more prepared before the meeting on the 11th. It's not to debate it, but I concur with the reasoning to delay it, and perhaps Ms. Dombowski's frustration, but as there's mechanism to bring it forth to us, I would want that to be engaged as part of the public debate, or bring the planning and chairman, or the planning and zoning chairman to us and have him tell us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, I'm willing to join with my colleagues to wait till the 11th, but I've asked our attorney to give us the language we need to put in notwithstanding the provisions of AMC, that we can substitute our own judgment on this issue. So if we do not have it in front of us before the 11th, we can simply pass this and move on. And I've asked Julia to have that written up for us to use. Mr. Hall?
Yes, thank you. The reason that I asked for the delay is I want the chair of Planning and Zoning to come here to testify in regards to this, and he is not comfortable doing that prior to the body adopting the resolution as drafted supporting it. He feels it's inappropriate for him to say that till the body's taken final action.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. The issue in front of us is to Postpone this item until August 11th. Please vote. Item will be in front of us on August 11th. Next item in front of us is item 13B. 13B is ordinance AO 2015-69, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a memorandum of agreement between the State of Alaska, Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport, and the municipality of an interim agreement for the fair market value exchange of land. Mr. Hall, your comment on this one, sir?
Yes, Mr. Trini, it is my intention to postpone this item till October the 20th.
Second.
For a couple of reasons. Number one, I think the new administration deserves time to actually be able to take a look at it and get a clear understanding of exactly what it does. And also, Representative Clayman is working on one of the issues involved with this. So that will give us time for the new administration and Representative Clayman.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm still going to open the public hearing on item 13B because it's noticed, and then we'll deal with your motion after that, sir. Anybody wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. State your first and last name. Spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes or longer on questions. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Barbara Hood, spelled H-O-O-D. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I'm a resident of East Anchorage, and I'm a member of Friends of the Coastal Trail in Point Warrensoft Park, and I'm hoping you've all received and had an opportunity to review a letter that we submitted last week. I'm here to speak against this ordinance. While there are many substantive reasons to oppose it, I'd like to focus directly on procedural ones. As the municipal ombudsman has confirmed to you, this major land use ordinance is before you without having gone through any of the public process required by municipal land use laws. There's been no community council involvement, no Parks and Recreation review, no other land use commissions have seen this particular ordinance, and there's been no requisite public notice, which has to be a minimum of 6 months. The public notice can't even be confirmed within the time process that you're setting, even by October. Public notice ensures a strong citizen voice in public decision-making. It's the hallmark of a healthy democracy. Yet time and again, we see it bypassed by public officials themselves who know better. Every time we let this happen, we chip away at the health and strength of our community. Because a community that doesn't protect the right of its citizens to be involved is a community that doesn't work together to solve its problems. Citizens of Anchorage demand and deserve better. I urge you to reject this ordinance outright by postponing it indefinitely. And I urge you to do the same every time other ordinances come before you that violate public process. Only in this way can you send a strong message to the public officials who choose to circumvent municipal law. Let them know that you will just say no unless they follow the rules like everyone else. Respect the citizens of this town who work hard to make it better day in and day out. Challenge the public officials who think that citizen voices can be ignored, not only with impunity, but with great success. Imagine in just the past year what a difference just saying no would have made on parks issues alone. You could have avoided the enormous controversy surrounding tennis courts, both last year and this spring. It's my understanding that neither the original legislative appropriation for tennis money nor the more recent $800,000 grant proposal was ever vetted properly through the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Commission or received any of its review or recommendations. The Ombudsman called the latest tennis proposal the poster child for poor public process. Yet those ordinances came to you anyway and took up lots of your time. By postponing the latest tennis proposal indefinitely, you helped restore public trust and confidence in this municipality's decision-making. You took a stand for public process, and I thank you for that action, and I encourage you to do the same thing here tonight. This ordinance is before you unlawfully and should not be honored by you with any further review. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a question for you. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
There's a fairly detailed report. I didn't bring my copy tonight, but it's the West Anchorage Land Trade Task Force.
Right.
Put together and summarized for that. So the vetting in their final report tendered in September 2014, quite a few of the members of that task force were sort of prominent figures in that. Do you have anything to comment about that task force report?
I think that's a task force report. I think there are task force reports all over the place. I've served on many myself. It's not a public body. It's not an authoritative body, and it's nowhere in our code. So when you've got commissions and groups and bodies in our code that are supposed to perform certain functions and you don't ask them to perform those functions, why do you have them? a task force can be convened by anyone, and I wasn't part of that task force, and honestly, once I moved out of West Anchorage, I wasn't heavily involved in the issue, so I can't speak to them, but I think that it's not it shouldn't hold the weight that it's holding here.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, there are no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
My name is Jim Burkholder, B-U-R-K-H-O-L-D-E-R. To Mr. Starr's question about the task force, I've attended the first 4 sessions of that task force until I was asked to keep my mouth shut and only open it when the meeting was over as far as input. The reason I say that is I think that this entire process of this land trade has been done in a backroom fashion. There's been very little public input other than what the International Airport went through for its latest master plan update, which they finished approximately a year ago. I would urge you to vote no on this particular issue, and the reason for that is that I think that the public process has not been followed. I don't trust the DOT Airport Authority to do the right thing for the especially Coastal Trail, which is a crown jewel in this community. And to allow them to have equal say or more, because they will be the ones controlling the money, then I think that the municipality is going to make a grave error. And I'll say this as an example. Several years ago, 4 bridges were rebuilt on Campbell Creek across the new Seward Highway. It took 2 years for that process to happen. I went to the DOT, which is part of the Airport Authority, or not the Airport Authority, they're both in the DOT, and I asked them if they would put up detour signs to get pedestrians safely from one side of the Seward Highway to the other. And their answer to it was, well, there was no pathway or trail here to begin with, so it's not our obligation to do so. The other one would be this. There's 2, in the present Coastal Trail, there's 2 parking lots, one at Postmark Drive and one at Point Warrenzoff. Both of these were designed by the airport and put in, and I thank them because it's needed. But they, in engineering it, put the trail next to the road with the parking lot on the other side. So every trail user has to cross a parking lot entrance road. Any trail designer would tell you, you put the trail on the outside of the parking lot. And that's the reason I really don't trust the airport. They've told me over the years they're in the airport business, not the recreation business.
Sir, you need to sum up. Your time's gone.
Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Chair and members of the Assembly. I'm Dan Gleason, a 33-year Turnagain resident in West Anchorage. I respectfully request that you take action tonight to either vote no on AO 2015-69 outright and reject the Muni Airport Land Trade Agreement proposal that includes sponsoring a ballot measure to undedicate Point Warrenzoff Park. Or you move to vote yes to postpone indefinitely this proposal to kill it, due to the fact that the municipal code dictating proper public process has been violated. Point Warrenzoff Park, a beautiful wooded area that includes a section of the coastal trail along the Anchorage Wildlife Coastal Refuge, was created in 1994 as a specific condition of a previous municipal airport compromise land trade to become permanently parkland. I, along with my wife, Kathy, and many other dedicated volunteers worked extremely hard to make this happen. An original land trade approved by the Assembly back then, giving the airport land up to 50 feet from the trail for the potential cargo-related warehouses, outraged the public. Thousands, I repeat, thousands of residents signed a referendum to overturn this ill-conceived decision. Fortunately, newly elected Mayor Mystrom and Governor Hickel stepped in to allow a much more responsible and acceptable compromise resolution that has served our community for the last 21 years. It is unfortunate we have had to fight for the protection of this valuable parkland and existing section of the coastal trail on more than one occasion since 1994. The public has repeatedly expressed its opinion to relinquish ownership of our dedicated parkland to the airport during the development of 2 airport master plan update efforts and the West Anchorage District Plan. Yet, here we are again. How many times does this community have to tell our municipal leadership and airport officials that permanent protection means just that, permanent? Our newly elected mayor should be given the opportunity to resolve the snow dump issue without tying his hands and committing him to have to adhere to an ill-conceived land trade proposal and park unedification ballot measure. Tonight, please reject this latest attempt that not only violates municipal code, but also violates public trust that was so carefully established in 1994 on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assembly members. Stuart Grenier, G-R-E-N-I-E-R. I don't live on the west side of town. I live way over in Muldoon. But I have to say, when I saw the plans and heard about this, I became kind of frustrated. I do sea kayaking, and I found that launching there at the Point Warrenzoff parking lot is the best option, even though you have to go down the hill. If you've launched from the dock at Ship Creek, you can't see the conditions around the point. You get out there and in trouble. Now you can see the windmills out on Fire Island from Point Warrenzoff Park, and you can judge the wind a little bit, and you can figure out if you're going to go to Fire Island or just go to Campbell Point or whatever. So any changing there, as this plan would do, would be disastrous for the small boater folks who want to brave the CI there. But also, I've been going over there every time I come to town, basically, if I have the chance, because it's where the land meets the sea. That point there, Warrenzoff, you can't get that at Earthquake Park even, or there at Elderberry Park. And even Campbell Point is so sheltered by Fire Island. Point Warrenzoff is kind of like, well, Reed Looming's Moby Dick. I think Melville said it perfectly. And I brought that here. I'll just give it to you guys later to read. But what he said about points like that drawing landlubbers is absolutely true. And some of us have come from seafaring heritage. And you can go there and get a reminder. And hopefully it will be harder to run the Twin Oaks Coastal Trail folks off than it was the natives, because we love that area.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. My name is David Landry, L-A-N-D-R-Y. I'm here to oppose the land trade. And first of all, I would propose that it's a very bad deal for the municipality. The deal hinges entirely on the airport's capitalizing on the municipality's need for the Klepp Station snow dump. And the TSI, the airport, has long wanted Point Warrenzoff Park, but in fact has operated well during the past peak years without the land that Point Warrenzoff Park occupies. Cargo traffic is down now substantially from its peak several years ago. So, they operated at a substantial peak of operation without the land that Point Warrenzoff Park occupies. and they want it again, and I'm sure they'll want it again after this. But my take on this is a little bit, I take umbrage at the airport's leveraging of the municipality's vulnerabilities on this, and I urge you to lean into the airport a little bit on this. This has been an issue and other issues with the airport and DOT over the years. You know, the airport's not going to go away. We're not going to scare the airport away. I know it's a great economic engine for the city, but we're not going to scare them away. But we can get a fair deal from them. So I would just say that the undue leverage that they have over the municipality resulting from the uncertainty surrounding the snow dump is really inappropriate. I mean, you and the new mayor are the governing body of the land in the Anchorage Bowl, not TSAIA. And I'd say that this kind of bureaucratic turf war really results in irrational approaches to the use of what is, after all, public land. The snow dump is public land, Point Warrenzoff is public land, and the airport really hasn't put forth a credible argument for needing that land that Point Warrenzoff Park is on. And in fact, as we've been told many times by the airport, they have the power of eminent domain. If they really need that land for an airport, let them make the case in the very difficult task of taking it by eminent domain. This is a way of them washing their hands of the park on dedication, and they really kind of have the city over a barrel. And I really encourage you to push back, and I encourage you to, you know, if you have an FAA grant assurance question, don't ask the airport. Get some independent counsel. That's like a defense attorney asking a prosecutor what they think the judge is going to say and then running with that. That's not how you do business. So that said, I have a handout for each of you, which is from the airport itself involving regarding grant assurances.
Do that. The clerk, sir, will make distribution. And Mr. Landry, Mr. Starr has a question for you, sir. Mr. Starr?
Thank you for your well-spoken comments. One of the aspects of the agreement requires the voters to sign off on the deal at the ballot initiative. What's inherently wrong with just recommending that debate take place in the public arena through a ballot and a vote?
I would respectfully put forth that you have an obligation for you to vote yes on this is not you voting yes to having the public vote on it. I would respectfully submit that you're voting yes to do the land trade. That whole business about like, why don't you do that on every single issue then? I mean, we don't need an assembly if you can kick it to the voters every time. So I would just respectfully submit that you need to take a stand on this, on the merits of the land trade, not on getting the voters a chance to speak on it. That's just my personal opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Johnson has a question for you, sir.
Because I was going to ask a similar question, but you do realize that when you have a designated park, that it has to go to the voters to undesignated.
Yes, I'm fully aware of that, yes.
So, I mean, this whole issue is I mean, it's an interesting one. I can't see how anybody could win a vote of a snow dump versus a designated park.
But I would again respectfully submit that you check this out on its merits instead of kicking it to the voters, because it's a really bad deal. I mean, it's going to end up with the city has this de facto pieces of parkland that it uses that are TSAIA land. And the handout I just gave you says that that's a credible use of non-aeronautical airport land. The FAA signs off on that. You know, I think you need to distinguish between a managerial decision at the airport about whether to let the city use the recreational land and an FAA rule. And that's why I say get confirmation from an independent source before you take the airport's word on it.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Perennial. Richard Braun. I wasn't really going to speak on this, but it's piqued my interest a bit here. I'm in favor of the airport. When you look at the percentage of income and jobs that this city benefits from daily from the airport, I lean towards supporting the airport. I think the Tony Nose Trail was drawn sometime in the past to some appropriate little place they thought would be good, and that became a trail. We can redraw it. We can move things a little bit. And yeah, we can have a vote and redesignate a park and maybe move the park. We've lost snow dumps. Yeah, last year was a light year. The year before that wasn't so light. And the contractors didn't have a place they thought where they could, except they paid more, I guess, and then got it, to dump snow. The city almost ran out of a place to dump snow. I think we need another snow dump. Who knows what the next winter is going to bring? Wasn't the Tony Nose Trail kind of scribbled around the airport, on airport land originally? It's a designated airport. Let's use it for an airport. Everything else comes second. And if there's a vote, I know which way I'm going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Welcome, Ms. Gleason.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Gleason, Gleason, and I appreciate your attention to this matter this evening. Other speakers have pointed out the obvious elephant in the room for tonight. This ordinance before you is violating municipal code. I think this body has a responsibility to step up and say, that's not appropriate, that's not acceptable, we need to get rid of this ordinance, regardless of how you feel about what's in the ordinance. It did not follow proper procedure. It did not come before Turnagain Community Council. It didn't go before Parks and Rec Commission. It didn't get 180 days notice. It's violating code. That's a reason enough to shut it down right now. With regard to the content of the code, it's amazing how poorly it's written in terms of municipal leverage. It gives the airport pretty well everything it wants. And the Muni's saying, well, we don't have appraisals of all these parcels yet, so we don't know what we're getting in the land trade, but we know at the airport wants Point Warren's off park, so we're going to go ahead and approve to put it on a ballot to undedicate it. That is not in the public's best interest. It's not in the municipality's best interest. It's not in the community's best interest. And I find it ironic that later on in your agenda is an ordinance proposal to permanently dedicate a park in Muldoon. It's the exact same language that was in the ordinance that created Point Warrenzoff Park 21 years ago this summer. Permanent does mean permanent. A question was asked, why don't we just let it go to the vote of the people? Yeah, it's easy to say. Volunteers like me who have spent a zillion hours fighting this battle and fighting for the protection of this park since 1994 shouldn't have to continue doing this again and spend a lot more time trying to do outreach to the public. And this has been like a moving target, just trying to let people know what's going on with this ordinance. It's very difficult to inform the people properly about the details and intricacies of what would go before them and what they'd be being asked to vote on. Let's not put the snow dump issue in with this proposal. All we have to do is get the mayor and the governor of the state to sit down and agree to a long-term use agreement for that snow dump at less than fair market value, which FAA does allow. And the DOT uses that snow dump now, so it's in the state's best interest to keep that snow dump running as well. Let's deal with that separately, and let's get rid of this ill-conceived land swap idea. I'd be happy to speak with regard to the task force. I was on it. I could speak quite a bit, so if you want to ask me about that, I'd appreciate it.
No, you can't, Kathy. Your time's up, but thank you for offering.
Thank you.
There are no questions, ma'am. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and say no, Mr. Hall. Your motion is to move this
Yes,
for action on
I
the 20th?
want to postpone this to the meeting of October the 20th.
Public hearing is still open. They can't testify again. So,
Second,
is there a
Mr.
second
Chair.
on that?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to that? Seeing no objection.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Move to substitute motion.
Go ahead, sir.
Move to substitute that we postpone this item indefinitely, and I'll speak to that if I can get.
It's been moved secondarily to substitute to postpone the item indefinitely. Second by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, just briefly. I don't want to get too much into the merits of this thing because it doesn't have any. But we procedurally make mistakes by postponing items for a month or two or three when we don't have a clear roadmap for how we're going to address them. Earlier this evening, we postponed the public hearing dates on some legislation that Ms. Domboski brought to us so that the Public Safety Committee could review it and come back with a solid recommendation. We do not have a roadmap on this thing. It is poorly crafted, poorly conceived, and the best answer is to clean the slate and let the new administration decide how they wish to proceed on this matter. That's, please, we don't do public applause, even though I'm sounding really smart right now. So that's the reason for my motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, sir, on Mr. Flynn's motion.
Yes. You know, contrary to what we're hearing, there has been a very public process on this. The task force that met was funded. There was $8,500 to $10,000 spent of municipal money to bring a group of people together to bring a recommendation to the administration on how to address this issue. We've got a brand new administration. I think it's only fair to give them time to take time and review this. I think there is a roadmap here. The reason it got changed is we've got a brand new administration. And also, I couldn't agree more with this body. This should be dealt with on a state level. But, you know, we've got a governor, former governors that's writing letters saying this isn't the way to do it. This could have been dealt with when he was the governor of the state of Alaska. It never gets dealt with at the state level. We've got a representative that's elected that's out there genuinely trying to influence this. It's my understanding that new administration has already had some meetings with DOT in regards to this. Let's give them time to see if they can resolve this. I urge the postponement to the 20th, and let's let this, I would call it actually a roadmap, go ahead and work itself out, and then bring it back to the body and make a decision on the 20th of October.
No. Mr. Starr, sir, on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Well, I don't put my testimony with a lot of glib and fun that Mr. Flynn has, but I do respect the public process that we submit documents and we usually see them through to their end. It's rare that we postpone indefinitely after, it's rare that we don't until we've exhausted all avenues of discussion. And I think that it's fair to have the administration. It's not a hide behind. I think it's a fair conversation to have. The topic is in front of us. We're debating it. We've heard public testimony to sort of stop it now because, you know, it's ill-crafted. Maybe your opinion, Mr. Flynn, but I think the process needs to continue a little bit further. I'm not going to debate the merits of the trade or the agreement or the voter conversation, but I'm not ready to say that we should kill this thing off today and start over. To me, that's a frustration that it's probably going to need to be discussed in some format or another. Take it out of our hands and we lose control of it. So the idea that we can perhaps lead and direct around something includes the legislative side of government and doesn't just put the burden over the administration side to make up something and bring it back to us. We've got something in front of us now. If ultimately it's debated amongst us and the administration that it doesn't work, then so be it. But right now, I think you are inferring that we postpone it, kick the responsibility over entirely to the executive branch, and that's just not, I don't think, appropriate for this legislative side. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to vote. We're going to vote on Mr. Flynn's motion first, is to postpone indefinitely. A yes will postpone indefinitely, and no will not. Please vote. That is not postponed indefinitely. We'll now vote on Mr. Hall's amendment, Mr. Hall's motion, which is to move the hearing to the 20th. 22nd. Sorry, 22nd? So what's the date, Barbara?
October 20th.
I thought it was October 20th. Just want to make sure before we move the date we're not here. Please vote. That item is approved by the body. We'll be discussing this again on the 20th of October. Next item in front is item 13C, Ordinance AO 2015-20, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 3.20.070B, to provide for the reorganization of the Public Works Department and the Department of Community Development. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one. Public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone. Oh,
Indefinitely.
Indefinitely, yeah. We got it. Second.
Is there a second? Okay. It's moved to postpone indefinitely. Mr. Starr, do you have a comment on that?
Voted no last time.
Don't, please.
I have a comment, and I guess it's a task to the administration to fix this process. I have a history of trying to get in there and meddle with it. There is legislative backup that says the administration can take directive from the Assembly on reorganizations. We obviously approve your submittal to organizational structure, but without picking on any one person, the planning department, the permitting process, the ability to get things done timely, a litany of discussions were started by this document. Both Mr. Trombley and myself back in the day, I went to the mat over this topic. So I hope it's a new day. I hope we do something that moves progress. Mayor Berkowitz has already been in the paper that he defers to the side of development. That's not to say we align with development or go to special interests or all the other things we get labeled with, but we need to help them get things done over there. So the idea on this one and the earlier one that Mr. Honan put to bed was that, let's do something. So I'm happy to kill it, but it doesn't mean it gets to go away. I want to see an organizational structure that's going to be well vetted at this body. I'm vested in the process. I know how it works, and I know how it doesn't work. So there's a speech in there, but okay, we'll kill it off, but I'll be patient only for a little while. Thank you.
Please vote. That one's gone. We're now down to item 14D, Ordinance AO 2015-63, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, repealing AO 2014-28 in its entirety and reinstating the first Tuesday in April as the annual time for regular municipal elections in the Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 20.20.010. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly, and spell your last name if you would, please.
My name is Ronald Jordan. I live in the Tucker County Community Council area. I've been a resident of Alaska since 1965, resident of the Muni of probably 74, registered voter since 1972. Changing this ordinance again, I think is just uncalled for. I think it needs to be brought to a public vote on this, not to the assembly vote. This needs to go to the public. Let us vote on it, not the assembly. The reason being that we do have a low voter turnout, unfortunately. But we need the public needs to vote on us, not the assembly. Thank you.
Public hearing is still open. Wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, Mr. McGrath.
Mr. Trainee, thank you, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tom McGrath, and we've changed the time we vote from October to the end of April to the 1st of April back to November. Now we're going back to October. Is it October? Yeah. Okay. April. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting confused here. It's changed a lot, and the number of people that vote never seems to increase. It used to be higher when it was in October, I think, and I've seen some of the numbers. So, and different people interpret the numbers different ways. But instead of doing this, what I would love to have you do is try to figure out why people aren't voting. And, I don't know, hire Dippin Research or somebody to do a poll. In talking to different people, I think it's voter fatigue. We have an election process going on all the time. You know, between the spring and the fall, we can't seem to get away from politicians. And, you know, traditionally in the United States, elections have been in November. You know, they were when I was a little kid, they were when the Constitution was written. And I think, personally, I think that's the answer, but maybe I'm wrong. And I would, instead of just changing the dates like you guys have done now 4 or 5 times, why don't we try to do some empirical studying and figure out why people aren't voting, or maybe you don't want them to vote and you'll change the date and it doesn't matter. So anyway, that's my 2 cents is why do something if it's probably wrong? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Anybody else wish to testify? Mr. Flynn, you had a question for Mr. McGrath? I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn.
I'll offer a little feedback, Mr. McGrath. We are working toward a vote by mail to see if we can boost turnout. Yeah. So, thanks.
Welcome, sir.
Richard Braun. Patrick, what are you afraid of? This smacks of gerrymandering at the worst, in the worst sense. This is kind of like, man, if we get low voter turnout, we can win. So let's rig the election so that we get a time period when lowest turnout is, and then we got it made. What you're doing is disenfranchising the voters of this city. Jerking this thing back and forth and putting it in a time period when you know turnout is low. That's it. You guys are all about not disenfranchising, right? Well, you're doing it again. And I don't understand other than you're afraid. You know, you can't be here unless you got this. Can we just amend 28 and cover, you know, one of the objections you had in your whereases is that they didn't cover runoffs. Well, how about an amendment to 28 and cover runoffs and leave the date in November? Well, that's when people expect to vote. That's when people turn out to vote. Now, unless that's what you're afraid of, why don't we just try it and this, you know, let people get a set thing in their mind. Like Tom said, fall, you vote. That's when the state votes. That's when the Senate, the president, it's in the fall. You guys are the only ones out in left field. And the only answer I can come up with is you're afraid to be in with the rest of the group. Well, let's put it in November and let's see if we can get some turnout and get a better election result because we've got more people participating. Instead of just sitting it out because like, oh, is there another election today? I didn't know, you know, because there's always seems to be. Let's get it in the fall, and I think we'll get a better result over the long term. And don't be afraid. If you got good ideas, don't be afraid.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward.
I didn't tell you my name last time, but I figure everybody knew I was by all these years. I'm Ainsley Phillips from the Northeast Community Council area, and again, I support everything he just said. I just had a novel idea. Since only 10% of the people in this town vote, all you people out in television land, get off your couches and get out and vote. If you can't bitch, don't vote. I mean, don't vote. Let's take away and have the voting done and prove that unless they voted, they don't get their PFDs.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am. Welcome, sir. Come on down.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow.
Spell your last name, Eugene.
Is clock ticking right now?
Don't worry about the clock. Spell your last name for the clerk.
Eugene Carl Haberman, H-A-B as in Bobby, E-R-M-A-N.
Thank you, sir.
I represent myself and I follow the public process. Resident in Alaska since '77. Half my years I'm resident of Anchorage. Approximately half a year is currently Mansouboro. If the public process is done appropriately, then the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. You have here an ordinance that deals with election. I have spoken to you in the past, and I said the two most important decisions you make is certification of election and the budget. You should have at least 2 public hearings. I see only 1. I also see here you're trying to reverse this ordinance previously adopted by you to change the date back to the original date. The purpose was originally was to increase voter turnout. Now, what I've been attending meetings, and I'm pretty much, as you know, pretty much the sole observer in the public attending meetings on this issue. There may have been one other person, I might miss them, but I've been there. And 3 issues came to you. One was you have to find some machinery because the state needs it. Number 2, you need to find poll workers because the state needs them. And the third one is you're going to have to find other locations to run the election, polling precincts. Those 3 things should have been dealt with. Instead, you're trying to repeal this because you can't find answers to those 3 things. And the premise is a good premise originally why it was adopted, is to increase voter turnout. I'm also confused is because I didn't expect to speak here before this body tonight, because previous conversations and meetings was they were going to put off this subject until you heard from the ethics board. But instead, this is now before you tonight, and no 2 public hearings that I'm saying tonight. So this is crazy, I'm sorry, and I keep on saying this time and time again. And I should also note for the record on elections, as you know, I'm pretty much the sole observer of what happens to these elections. I'm Anchorage Election Commission, Ethics Board, the Assembly Ethics Election Committee. And I've said in the last 4 elections, no one won this election, everyone lost, because I've declared all 4 elections as illegitimate. Unfortunately, this has been ignored because, and I'll close with this comment, the public, more and more public are aware of my work because I stretch beyond the valley across the state in my work. And the reason why most of the public doesn't know is because there's been a total news blackout. But sooner or later, you will have to all address this issue and do the job right and have the appropriate public process on this issue. And I stress this, you need a second public hearing. And the second thing is, increasing voter turnout is the right thing to do. You're going backwards and not dealing with the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body, Mr. Flynn?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take up the matter of discussing a personal conflict on the matter.
Go ahead, sir.
My term is actually affected by the outcome of this vote, seeing as I am up for my final ability to serve. I cannot be reelected again, but I can be, based on this, extended or asked to serve or required to serve beyond April of 2017. So what I'm trying to get at is that I'm a little conflicted, perhaps, by the interpretation that if I vote no on this to keep that, then I'm automatically extending my term by another few months until November of 2017. If I vote yes on this, I'm conflicted out as well that perhaps they would interpret me as trying to, undo that. So I'm a little bit stuck on it. I know you have some comments to make in terms of personal chair rulings. It's not my intent to debate the chair, but I'd like to first find out if there's anybody else. I can't remember if there's others that 2017 are affected.
There's 6. There's 6 in 2017 and 5 in 2016.
So who else is that?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Ma'am?
Thank you.
Thank you.
In 2017, the seats that will be up will be Mr. Evans, Mr. Starr, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Steele, Mr. Flynn, and Miss Elvie Gray Jackson.
Okay, that's it.
Sorry, Elvie. I did it by accident. So the remaining 5 members are up in 2016.
Okay. Julia, you gave me a document to read. Do you want to go over it, or do you want me to just read it slowly? You said something about not an auctioneer's speed. Do you want this read slowly, Julia?
Yes.
Does everybody have this document? Let me go through it. Does everybody have this? Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you had it. I asked Julia to look into this, and she gave me this and wants me to read it to everybody. Chair's conflict ruling on AO 2015-63. We have before the body an ordinance proposing to repeal AO 2014-28 and reinstate the first Tuesday in April for regular municipal elections. AO 2014-28 is the ordinance the Assembly passed to change the municipal election date to the first Monday in November to coincide with state and national elections beginning in 2017. Changing the municipal election date from the first Tuesday in April to another date is a complicated process. Changing the municipal election date to November was first initiated in 2013 to be effective April 2014. To avoid the potential for conflict of interest in the extension and or truncation of terms, AO 2014-28 delayed implementation until April 2017 to allow a fully renewing 3-year election cycle in between passage and the implementation date. Since passage in February 2014, the municipal clerk has reviewed impediments to a municipal election in the first Monday in November to coincide with state and national elections. These have been discussed most recently in the public meeting of the Assembly's Ethics and Election Committee on June 24, 2015, and in a work session on June 25, 2015. In determining whether a financial or private interest is so substantial as to preclude an Assembly member participation, the Assembly weighs several factors. Is the interest tangential, or is it a substantial part of the matter? How tied is the interest to the outcome? How significant is the monetary to the Assembly member? Is it special interest or a common shared interest? And foremost, can an elected official place the public's interest above the financial private interest? Page 2. In making the ruling, the chair balances these factors against the public interest in having elected officials represent the public and perform the duties in code and charter. The Assembly can overrule the chair. Because of the delayed implementation date and changing the election, repeal of AO 2014-28 will return the Assembly to the prior and present status quo of municipal elections being held the first Tuesday in April. Each of us was elected on the first Tuesday in April. From my perspective, participation in this item does not present the potential of conflict recognized by the Assembly for AO 2014-28. When the current system was to be altered by 2014-28, extension of terms was raised as a factor. Because Assembly member seats are staggered and proposed change back to the first Tuesday in April could deny an individual Assembly member the yet-to-be implemented extension of term from April to November 2017. On balance and in relation to the factors we have under Ethics Code Section 1.15.035 D&E, the chair rules there is no substantial interest or private interest that would on its face keep a member from participating in Assembly action on AO 2015-63. Because it is paramount that each Assembly member be able to put the public trust and interest above any personal interest, I ask her if there is any Assembly member who feels that he or she will be personally compromising the public trust by participating on AO 2015-63.
I object to the chair's ruling.
Okay.
Second that if there's a necessary
If I can have the
requirement.
floor, I'll explain.
No, you don't have to.
Do you have the floor, or did I have the floor?
I think you still do.
Okay, you made your motion to challenge the ruling of the chair?
I did.
And it was seconded by you? Okay.
Only to have a conversation about it.
Thank you.
Ms. Dombowski?
Okay. Mr. Starr, is it okay if I go ahead?
Yeah, he called in. Yes,
The only reason I'm objecting is because I had the I had the privilege of sitting in the Board of Ethics meeting. So let me give the public a little context. When Mr. Birch, sorry, it's been so long. When Mr. Birch originally introduced this, the ordinance to move the election date, there was a lot of discussion about whether he could even introduce something because people, assembly members who were extending their terms might have a conflict of interest. The Board of Ethics weighed in, and the decision by the Board of Ethics was that if we delayed action or implementation of the election move till after all the assembly members' terms that were currently sitting, then effectively there would be no conflict. And it was interesting because there was a request made by the Board of Ethics to evaluate this ordinance in order to repeal that. I happened to see it in draft form, but when potentially the person who asked for it saw the draft opinion, they withdrew their request. Thus, there's no official opinion from the Board of Ethics. What does that tell you? It tells you that, well, I'll tell you what it said, actually, since I'm here. Essentially, it was interesting watching the discussion at the Board of Ethics, and Mr. Falsey was there because he was on the Board of Ethics, because there was discussion of, is truncating your term a potential conflict, meaning making your term shorter? Now, some of the Board of Ethics members thought it was. So essentially, their same position was that if we delayed repeal of this until after basically 2018, when all the assembly member seats would not be affected, then there would be no conflict. Now, what we see today, which would make it really unique, let's put it this way, because what would happen is you would still have to have the April 2016 election, and then you'd have to have a 2017 November election, and then finally you could repeal it in 2018. So it would make a really awkward cycle of couple of elections. So logistically, you kind of have the dog chasing the tail here, because you have an issue that's before us that's in public interest. Can all assembly members participate? Now, Assembly Council will tell you, I'm sure, that in state law, in Title 29, I think it is that right, Julia? I think it's Title 29, where basically if every member has a conflict, then basically nobody does. You can still participate. However, when this went before the Board of Ethics, they felt that those members that had seats up in 2017 would be affected by this because they would be shortening their terms. That means if you read the Ethics Code, any member who participates or takes action on an item in which they have a conflict violates the Ethics Code, which means they could be subject to recall. So that was one issue. The other thing, when I saw it, I really thought there could be an easy solution to this. And the solution is very simple. We can basically amend the Ethics Code to actually insert a rule of necessity, which basically means that if everybody has a conflict, we have it right in our Ethics Code. We don't have to go through some convoluted process, challenge law, or look at case law in order to say that assembly members have to put the public interest before themselves and participate. Unfortunately, the Department of Law didn't have an opportunity to get introduced in order to deal with this, but it will be introduced the next meeting. So my recommendation was just to put this off for a month. Let's deal with the rule of necessity and clarify it. Now, we have differing opinions, and I'm sorry that Deanna isn't here tonight. She's the attorney for the Board of Ethics. But it happens that that attorney, the Board of Ethics attorney, and our Assembly Council have differing opinions on this particular issue. And the Board of Ethics opinion, in which I saw, clearly said that, in fact, assembly members that would participate would have a conflict, those members in 2017 that I listed. So I think, politically speaking, I think it would be very easy just to push this off for a month and deal with it then and make it clean. But I can already count noses, and I can already tell you it's going to be repealed. The question is it repealed today? And then are there members who have violated the Ethics Code potentially? Or do we just wait a month and try to do this in a clean and systematic fashion? I would advocate for that. And that's why it's my opinion, after seeing the Board of Ethics draft opinion, which has not been published to the public, I feel that if Mr. Evans, Mr. Starr, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Steele, Mr. Flynn, or Assemblymember Gray Jackson, if you vote on this tonight, I feel there is a potential that you have violated the ethics code, and I just don't see the reason why. I mean, I think we could easily put this off a month and make sure that everything is basically in line and we don't have those issues. But as far as the members up in 2016, the ethics board did not find those members to have a conflict. And interesting enough, if we say those first 6 members have a conflict, that means we no longer have a quorum. So I would just put out there, it just gets very convoluted and very complicated, and I just don't see any necessity to go down that road.
Are you done, ma'am?
I am.
We have lots of other people now. Mr. Starr, and I'm going to Mr. Falsey.
Well, the item in front of us, although it was educational, I appreciate your summary of it, is to challenge the chair's ruling. So, Mr. Traney, your point number 3 on your statement, which talks about changing the municipal election date from the Tuesday in April to another date, you reference it as a complicated process. In 30 words or less, why is it a complicated process?
Because the clerk's office found a complete mess with trying to run an election in November. And Barbara can talk to you about that. Barbara?
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Chairman, is it a mess in your opinion once until we get it changed, and then it's a...
Every time. The reason is we're competing for the same workers.
That's an opinion, though, Mr. Chairman. That's not
fact.
to say it can't be done.
It's fact, sir.
It's not
There's
a
only
fact.
so many workers out there, and when you've got both the state and the city trying to compete for the same workers,
I'm
in the
happy
same
to
space to hold the
I'm
election.
happy to debate you, Mr. Chairman. I think
I know,
you've
but
got
I was there.
You've got your facts and your opinions confused.
What? No.
The fifth point here talk about in your point is that references what Ms. Dembowski just said. It talks about back in the day, I was on the body that voted for the extension or the change to November. We were very deliberate that we sent the matter for a ruling. We were deliberate that the ethics board. Why would it not be important, as Ms. Dembowski suggests, to have a formal ruling on this action to undo it? Can we say that? What you infer here is that they answered the question back in the day, but I recollect back in the day they said we would in fact have a conflict. So my question to you is, why would you not support inference here to go back to the ethics for an action on, or an opinion, I should say, on this action?
Ms. Tucker?
You're
Thank you,
deferring to
Mr.
your legal, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, it says
Ms. Tucker.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pushed my button in request to speak because I did not understand Ms. Dembowski's question that she asked of me, and so I wanted to make a couple of clarifications that may help with Mr. Starr's analysis also and questions. The first is that I don't know of any state law that provides that if everybody has a conflict, then they can all vote. My understanding of the rule of necessity that was presented to the ethics board was that it was a judicial concept, and that the attorney for the ethics board thought that that might be one way of resolving this. I didn't see the draft opinion that Ms. Dembowski is talking about, and I'm not sure exactly all the points that that I would or would not be in disagreement with. But the ethics code that this body passed is pretty clear that the elected body shall be the final authority on whether the financial or private interest as disclosed is substantial under the chapter. And so the ethics board is not the final ruling. In fact, the code goes on to say that the board does not have jurisdiction to reweigh the factors considered by an elected body for a differing interpretation by the board of substantial interest. And so my understanding from the chair was that in this case, for the factors that I summarized on the chair's behalf in the document, that this presented a different situation than what was presented to the board when sitting assembly members already had terms that would be effectuated and reweighed by the ethics board.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
Well, to continue, and I guess I'll debate Ms. Tucker then, because we did, in fact, as an assembly body, send it to the ethics board, absent of the compliance with the standard measure of conflict, which is financial or personal interest. We sent it to the ethics after a long debate on that, and it appears to me that the action suggested to us by the Board of Ethics was to solve the appearance of conflict, extend out the action item past any affected term member. So in this case, you're asking for repeal, that not you, but the action in front of us is suggesting repeal inside of members that would be affected, mainly 6 of us. So what I don't understand is your comments that the Board of Ethics doesn't have a valuable opinion to matter, when in fact the precedent they've already set is you better be careful if it affects sitting assembly members. So now all of a sudden we can say that the appeal that's bringing it back affects 6 of us somehow isn't a Board of Ethics decision or a recommendation that we shouldn't acknowledge. That to me is a quandary. I'd rather defer to their first ruling that says if any assembly member is affected by it, better not do it. So that's sort of that. And I'm happy to move on, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not sure that we're going to resolve that.
I have a lot of other people who want to talk about it.
No, I have more in my notes, I guess. I'm not trying to debate the law here. But I guess what I did want to infer was that when I remember voting on this matter, we took it out of the normal requirements of conflict that were measured by our requirements to measure by financial or personal interest. Because thereof is that you could gerrymander an election. You could, in my case, I'll have served almost 10.5 years. Is that an empire over there in Eagle River? So those are factors that are obviously not financial and not substantial to my matter, but it does make mention that is that just fair as you modify terms and conditions to an election. I have 2 other points to debate with you, is that it didn't appear that the question of a municipal question on a ballot measure that was presented to us, AO 37 question tendered on a state election, caused that much angst. So I will debate whether that's the case. I don't want to debate the clerk. I just debated the lawyer.
No, but the clerk,
don't make me do it. I'm debating you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk
defend your opinion. No, I'm not going to take the opinion of the clerk in the matter.
Then, Mr. Starr, I will debate with you. If I have to
Thank
step
you.
on the chair to do it.
Go ahead. Perfect.
Well, Mr. Chairman, shouldn't we resolve the question of whether there is a conflict of interest before we debate the merits of?
You've been on the list for a while.
I don't know if I can get there, Mr. Flynn. I mean, it's Ms. Tucker's ruling that I don't want to debate, so I'm happy to yield. But if this is a debate the chair is ruling, then I have to do that. Thank you. I'll defer.
On the topic.
Go ahead, Mr. Nolan, or whoever.
So,
On the topic of the last ethics meeting, which I was present with the chair, and listening to the Board of Ethics or the Ethics Commission, and D. Ennis was there, and what Ms. Dubosky, I believe, is, because I did not see that document either, was a document prepared in advance for discussion to the Commission by D. Ennis of the Municipal Attorney's Office, based on a meeting of the Ethics and Elections Committee discussing this issue. It was never formally presented. They were asked for an informal opinion, I believe, by Mr. Hall. I was not at that meeting, but I was at the last meeting, and the Ethics Board, the Commission, said they wanted nothing to do with this discussion, that they felt it was up to this body to determine if we, in fact, have a conflict. And the conflict that was discussed was whether truncating our term, which is, in essence, lessens your authority to do our job and also lessens the financial gain you would be making, extending, as you say, Mr. Starr, from April to November, you're basically going back to where we were, status quo. You're not lengthening a term. You're not gaining extra money or sending in an empire for 10.5 years versus the 9 that you normally would get under the term limits. So in this particular case, the Ethics Commission respectfully requested to hear nothing more about the matter unless there was some formal complaint or formal inquiry. And at that point, they kicked it back to this body to make the decision, as we should, whether or not we have an ethics conflict here. And then we disclosed that. And I beg to say that the 2 people who, Ms. Gray-Jackson, who will term limit out, and I believe Mr. Flynn, who term limits out in 2017. I believe that those two people would not, they wouldn't be, it wouldn't be extending their term. It would end as it would normally would on April of 2017.
If I could speak to the motion.
Certainly, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It is a principle of mathematics that actually also applies to philosophy, that it's axiomatic that if A equals B and B does not equal C, then A does not equal C. The ethics opinion that was addressed when this was initially taken up made the finding that extending one's term was a conflict of interest.
Correct.
Therefore, if you are truncating your term, you are not in a state of conflict of interest. And since the existing code is the current standard in law, voting against this change is also not a violation and not a conflict of interest because you are simply upholding the status quo. You are not extending your term. Now, for those who are struggling with the idea of whether you can truncate your term and not violate the code of ethics, let's put it differently. Many members of this body have resigned their position prior to completing their term. One went to become mayor, a couple have gone to become state legislators, some just had other things they have to do. I could do it tomorrow. And if I did, exactly what violation of the code of ethics could you possibly hang on me? None. My dear colleague from Eagle River was in a position where, had the election been a little bit different last month, she would have had to resign her position, thereby truncating her term. Do we now say, if you're a sitting member of the Assembly, you cannot run for mayor or other office because you truncate your term?
Ridiculous.
It fails on its face. I support the chair's ruling.
You want me to go next? And we good?
Want to, go ahead.
Or why don't you get back to the chair?
These chairs are getting warm.
There you are. Come on, let's-
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be really, really brief, okay? Frankly, yeah, my term ends April. Well, with what's on the books right now, my term is going to be extended 7 months, and I've never been happy with that. I've always felt that that was a conflict of interest. That's why I didn't vote for the ordinance last year in February, because for me, $20,132 is a substantial financial interest, and if things stay the way they are, I'm going to have 7 more months on the Assembly and $20,000 more in my pocket of your tax dollars, and I don't feel comfortable with that at all for several reasons, but most importantly because when I ran for re-election last April 2014, even though the new ordinance was on the books, my constituents didn't realize that. They believed that I was running for my last term and April 2017 was going to be it. So with that said, Mr. Traney, Chairman Traney, I support your ruling.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, sir, on the issue in front of us?
On the issue in front of us, as a lawyer, I'm going to argue out of both sides of my face on this.
Get him another chair.
First, I do want to address Mr. Flynn's passionate argument. I disagree with one thing. You kind of breezed over the concept that because it is current law, voting to uphold it, which would keep your term the full 3.5 months, would not be a conflict. That may be true. I'm not 100% positive legally that's true, and I think that's the really issue. Truncating your term, I agree. There's no real argument that that would be a conflict. Having said that, I think this situation is substantially different than the last time when you sent the issue to the Board of Ethics, simply because there was mostly because there was an easier solution then. Last time you did have the ability to extend the effective date so that it wouldn't impact any sitting members, and you could avoid the whole issue of any kind of appearance of a conflict. Unfortunately, this time you can't, if you agree with the basis for the motion in the first place, is that we can't logistically hold the elections in November. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's the basis of the argument for why they're changing it, that we can't do it in November. And there's no way to extend around that, because if that were true, we couldn't extend it far enough without running into that election and having to actually hold the election that some believe we can't hold. So I think it is a fundamentally different issue, a little bit more difficult, and I think what Ms. Tucker said is the right answer. I think ultimately this body has not only the right, the authority, and the responsibility to determine whether this is a conflict. And I think the chair has ruled on that. I think we have the ability to overrule that as a body and disagree with it. And I think that's what we should vote on at this point. I, for one, I don't believe it is an ethical problem. I'm going to vote against moving the election, but I don't think this is the way to stop that. And if it is, you know, they can come and get me. There.
Mr. Steele, sir, you've been so quiet down there.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Mr. Flynn wholeheartedly. I agree also with Mr. Evans to a certain extent. We ultimately have the decision. We have the responsibility to disclose and then hear the ruling and then ultimately decide. I can quit any time. Extending my term for 7 months is not going to keep me indentured for any reason. I mean, it just doesn't stand the red face test. And the bottom line is all this stuff is coming up because moving the election is going to cost us more, is going to confuse the voters in terms of, because we have to have separate elections. The state can't do it. There's cost. There's the voters are going to have to stand in one line and do a state, and then go over to the other line and do a local. We don't have enough workers. We don't have big enough places to hold it. It's a bad idea to move the election in the first place, chasing voters, and it's just wrong. So we need to get rid of this thing. We should have gotten rid of this thing way back when, but here we are. I do not. I want to disclose. I have a conflict because I will be up in 17, and so it's if I have to move my my term back to April, then darn it, that's a conflict. And anyway, just it's ridiculous. Let's get rid of it and move on.
We've been at this for Ms. Dombowski. The issue in front of us to overrule the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Mr.
On
Chair.
that, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You know, you'll actually be surprised to hear this, but I generally agree with Mr. Flynn. The issue before us is one, like I said in the beginning, it's kind of like the dog chasing his tail here. I fundamentally, I listened to the discussion at the Board of Ethics. I heard their opinion. I read the draft opinion. And I saw the chairman of that board run downstairs to the Ethics and Election Committee to give an update of what their opinion was going to be. Fundamentally, let's just break it down. I don't think the 6 members of this body can vote on their own conflict. That's where we're at. That's what you're asking them to do. By voting on overruling the chair, you're saying you 6 members who have a conflict, those that are up in 2017, you get to vote now on your own conflict. And it's silly. It's ridiculous. That's why I believe we need to make sure this is more clear in the ethics code. And I, for one, am thrilled it's being rewritten. I don't think this is the fault of anyone. I'm not trying to delay discussion. I'm not trying not to vote on this issue. We all know I'm going to vote no, but I can count noses, and I know the yeses are going to win. But my point is I'm just trying to be clean about it and make sure for the public they understand what we're doing, and there's no ambiguity. So that's the only reason I was saying I thought it would be clearer just to postpone this until the ethics code change could be made and then it would just be a better public process, in my opinion. So I will vote to override the rule of the chair, just because I think I'm keeping y'all out of hot water.
Mr. Starr, on the issue in front of us to override the rule.
Sure, and I'll summarize, Mr. Chairman. What I find is that your ruling has overstated by opinionating some of the matters of fact that are more related to the actual action in front of us than the conflict itself, such as number 3, where it says it's a complicated process. That really doesn't have anything to do with the fact of the matter on whether I have a conflict or not. So it's to criticize the chair's ruling for the substance of how you determine that, for the points that I tried to get through, which you obviously friction over. But, you know, when you talk about it's a complicated process, debate me on that later. Don't use that as a measuring stick for me to have to agree with or disagree. Same with the 5th point that talks about the conflict of interest at the Ethics Board. Mr. Honeman's given me an opinion of it. Ms. Demboski gave me an opinion of it. Ms. Tucker says it's not important. For me, that's my question, whether or not I want to value that. So you don't have to rule that for me, and you did in this matter, but you put on the public record. Same with inferring that it's a financial or solely a public interest or a private interest measuring stick for me. As you ruled as chairman, I disagree with that respectfully, that that's not the question in front of me. You shouldn't make that determination. That should be mine. In final summary, it's written right on the bottom here that we have the ability to be out of the question if we so choose to by that. And it basically says mandatory non-participation, if me as an assembly member states that I can't place the public interest above this question. So that, to me, Mr. Chairman, as we come into rulings by the chair on behalf of me, is let me decide. Can I honestly do it or not? So I take offense to you telling me I have a conflict or not, more than that. So it's to say you overstepped as chairman, respectfully, but to say I can measure my own question, whether that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Fosley, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I thought I would chime in here to offer a few clarifications on the rules of the road, some observations from my service on the Board of Ethics, and then to hazard some advice. On the rules of the road, just so that we are all clear, the standard in the code under Section 115.35 is that elected officials may not participate in any official action in which the elected official or member of the elected official's household has a substantial financial interest. The way that's actualized is that you're required to make disclosures, and the code clarifies that the Board of Ethics jurisdiction does not extend to determining whether you had a disqualifying substantial financial interest, but it does extend to determining whether the disclosures that you made were adequate to put everyone on notice of the scope of your financial interest. Now, the observation I'll hazard from the Board of Ethics, and I don't speak for the Board of Ethics, I resigned before we reached a final conclusion on this, is I will say that I think there may well be a majority view that differs from Assemblyman Flynn's view. If you imagine, just for purposes of discussion, that it was unambiguously in the public interest to move the election earlier, to truncate terms, the question would be whether the Assembly can come to that question cleanly. And the question presented in front of you is are we to truncate our terms unambiguously in the public interest? Or should we preserve our existing terms, which has a financial bottom line? Each of you receives a salary. You get paid. And so if you were to vote no, I choose not to truncate my term, it's not just that you're preserving the status quo, you're coming to a question in which you get money at the end of the day. The Board of Ethics may not have the jurisdiction to rule on whether that really is a conflict of interest, but I would advise the Assembly that I would not at all be surprised if the Board of Ethics didn't carefully scrutinize the level of disclosures that were made before that ruling by the chair was made. And two other points on the rules of the road. The rules require that full and complete disclosure of the financial interest is required, and that the nature of the financial or private interest shall be disclosed in sufficient detail to permit other members of the elected body to determine if the interest is substantial. I think we are now put on notice that there are 6 members whose terms would be truncated. I'm not sure we fully yet understand the monetary impact of that truncation. It may be worth putting that on the record as well. And then the complicating issue, which I think speaks to Assemblyman Demboski's point, Assemblymember Demboski's point, is that the code says that the member of the elected body making the disclosure of their potentially disqualifying conflict of interest shall not rule or vote on whether or not the financial or private interest is substantial. The problem here is that the potentially disqualifying conflict is shared by numerous Assembly members, and so there may well be a solution that lets us cut this Gordian knot in a clean way. So here's the advice that I will hazard. If there's no particular urgency to this question today, the risk-benefit reward that the Assembly has may well counsel for the Assembly to give itself greater cover by sending this back, letting the board come up with some potential solution, or allowing the Department of Law to assist the Assembly by proposing something like a statutory codification of the common law rule of necessity that would say, in these kinds of instances where all persons are suffering from a potentially disabling qualifying conflict of interest, the Assembly still has a need to act on questions of this sort, and so may without problems. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Tucker?
Thank you. Through
You're on the
chair.
list.
I would have thought, absent Ms. Dembowski's call for a challenge of the ruling of the chair, I had understood that the procedure would be that the chair would ask members if they had a conflict that would keep them, just as Assemblymember Starr had suggested, and that hasn't been allowed to happen yet because of the debate.
We're going to deal with the ruling. She challenged the ruling of the chair. We need to deal with that first, Julia, and then I'll go individual member by individual member. Mr. Peterson, anything on the vote in front of us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had a question for the city attorney, if I could.
Go ahead.
I was wondering,
Mr. Falsey,
if you agreed with Ms. Dembowski's idea that if we postpone this for a month and rewrote some clauses in the ethics code to make it legal for us to vote, if that would actually be a conflict of interest.
Through the chair, I suspect there has got to be a way to codify a version of the common law rule of necessity that would not involve potentially disqualifying conflicts for the Assembly members, which is to say, I think there probably is a solution which could be enacted to this problem, which would be a clean solution. I'll further say that I know that we were working on a draft, and it may well even be ready for consideration in short order.
Ms. Dembowski, one last comment, ma'am, before we vote on
Yes,
challenging the ruling of the
Mr. Chair. I echo what the city attorney has said. I mean, he basically just validated what I said, which is 6 members of this body potentially have a conflict, which means those 6 members can't really vote to overrule the chair, which means if those 6 members are conflicted out, we don't have a quorum on this particular topic. I think there is a very clear and very easy way to deal with this issue. Once again, I am asking the Assembly to just take a breath and have a little patience. Nobody's trying to kill this. It's not death by snail mail. This is just literally working with the Board of Ethics and the city attorney in order to clarify the ethics code to make sure that Assembly members don't get stuck in this eternal circle that makes absolutely no sense to any of us. So, Mr. Chairman, again, you know, it would be very easy if you as the chairman would take that leadership role and just withdraw your ruling and ask to postpone this for a month. I think it would be very easy and very clear, or we can keep going on this because, like I said, again, 6 members, it's clear, are conflicted.
No,
and
it's not. It's not clear.
No, all
It
I'm
is not
saying,
clear.
the city
Okay.
attorney has said 6 members potentially can have a conflict. You
There you
can't
go.
vote on your own conflict.
Thank you, ma'am.
You haven't disclosed a conflict. There's not been one.
Please vote. Challenging the ruling of the chair. A yes will take Amy's side that, sorry, Amy, will support your motion that override the ruling of the chair. A no will not. Please vote. Mr. Flynn, Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele. The ruling of the chair is not overruled. What?
I'll start.
Let me go to this bottom one, then go through everybody's, if they've got a conflict of interest or not. Mr. Flynn, you want to start with you?
Why not? Mr. Chairman, should this legislation pass, my term will be truncated by 7 months, and the associated recompense will be lost to me. Should it fail, I will gain additional recompense, I believe roughly in the amount of $20,000.
Do you feel you have a conflict, sir, on this?
No, because I'm going to vote yes.
Okay. Ms. Dombowski.
I don't have a conflict because I'm not up in 2016. The other 6 members that are about to vote on their own conflict, I think that's an issue.
Okay. Mr. Steele.
Mr. Chairman, I am up in 17, and so right now my term is going to November, and so it would be a conflict for me to vote to take it back to April because I would lose all that money. But I'm willing to do that, so I'd like to say I have no conflict.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
No conflict, Mr. Chair.
I have no conflict because I'm gone in 16 unless I stand for re-election. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated before, I feel that the current ordinance on the books is definitely where I have a conflict because I stand to gain $20,132 of the taxpayers' money because of that ordinance. So I feel quite comfortable that I don't have a conflict with the ordinance that is before us this evening. Actually, I feel, well, I already said I feel comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe I have a conflict. My term is up currently in November of 2017. If the ordinance passes, it will truncate my term to April of 2017, which would result in me receiving $20,132 less in assembly salary. However, it would basically, I lose money being on the assembly basically. So technically, shortening my term actually increases my funds. The reality is it's not like I do better being on the assembly than when I do my regular job. So I believe the difference between the two doesn't create a substantial financial interest to me, and I do not believe I have a conflict.
Thank you, sir. I had a colleague on the board with me years ago that did billable hours during the assembly meeting. He was a lawyer, and during the meeting you would see him, ask him one time, what are you doing? He says it's billable hours. Mr. Peterson?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm up for re-election also in November of 2017. I don't believe I have a conflict because I would be potentially voting to shorten my term. So I'd be receiving, say, $20,000 some dollars less than I would if under the current code. But if I did vote to shorten my term, I would get 15 additional Tuesdays off. So I don't know whether that is a conflict.
Is that more baseball games?
I don't know. But so it's
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr, sir.
You know, it's always me to pontificate, but I think some of you guys are missing the point with what the conflict actually is, because some of us, me in particular, I can't run anymore. Mr. Peterson, you're not termed out. You can run again. So now the matter becomes not whether or not you can run in November or you can't run in November. It's what happens if you do run in November. You know, all the other debate begins of, are you unable to get your message out, and can we do a fair election? So that question is a little bit different from the conflict measurement of the financial for what I think you're doing. And this is why I'm challenging the chair's criteria on how he measured the conflict, is because those that are termed out, me in particular, that I'm talking about myself now, is that it's a matter of, you know, do I continue to serve my community? Mr. Flynn's right, I can stop any time. Of that, and do I gain financially from that? That question's already been answered through the debate and the approval of what we did back in the day of extending it till November. So I bring that point up as there's two different types of conflict here. One of them is, do I go back to what I'd normally end my term back in the April timeframe? Your questions, whether you guys aren't termed out, are do you have an election in November, and can that be done fairly? I don't know how you answer that. I do have a question, though, and no one's brought up the ability to not or will diminish the public trust. And Ms. Tucker, I've talked to you about this briefly before. Is that solely related to the appearance of my ability, and I'll say it slowly, is that solely measured by my appearance to put any financial and or private interest above that? And if I don't do that, I diminish the public's trust? Or by asking the question of a personal conflict or conflicting out, if I act a certain way, do I diminish the public's trust? Absent of that, will the public look at me differently if I say, hey, extend my term, I want to get my way until November, or if I say, hey, I'm done? Two people are going to say, hey, you're quitting early, or the other people are going to say, hey, why you want to stay in there so long? See what I'm saying? Do I diminish the public's trust through that question, absent of financial?
The code addresses that and lets it be subjective to you, Mr. Starr. And I'm going to read the code just so that it's clear. It says, if an elected official's private relationships or interests prevent an elected official from placing the public interest above a financial or private interest, or will diminish the public trust, the elected official shall disclose this fact on the record. And that was put in particularly, as you may recall, by member Selcraig, who said that, you know, sometimes she would have no problem putting the public interest above the familiar relationship she had with a brother who sometimes had contracts in front of the assembly, but she thought it would diminish the public trust. And when you think that your participation will diminish the public trust, then you get to tell the chair that, and the chair is allowed to excuse you.
Mr. Chairman, I think my action, seeing as this matter has already been in front of me, I've already debated, I've already discussed it, it's already been around the mill. I think the public's going to say, Bill, can't you make up your mind? I'm challenged by the need to vote on this again. And so no matter which way I vote on it, they're going to say, well, you voted to extend your term, or now you're quitting early based on what we wanted you to do. I have both opinions in my community, so I believe right now, as I started this debate with you, that on the basis of that ability to produce evidence that I would be, it's the technical word, Ms. Tucker word, I would diminish the public trust by my inability or my, you know, whatever you want to call it. So yes, I'm claiming that.
Okay. Ms. Johnston.
No, thank God for term limits. I'm done.
Mr. Hall, sir.
No conflict.
Okay. What, Mr. Honeman?
I think Mr. Starr has declared a conflict, so I think you need to rule on Mr. Starr's conflict.
Well, according to what our attorney gave us, and I asked her to look at this carefully, she says, then the chair can ask the individual to identify the conflict and the individual is excused. Mr. Starr, if you feel you've got a conflict, you can be excused from voting on this, sir.
I don't think it's your ruling. It's mine.
It's yours, sir. Madam Clerk, let's vote on this item. We're voting on the motion to approve in front of us, Mr. Flynn's ordinance.
Mr. Chair.
14D, ma'am.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, all these members made disclosures. Some have indicated they potentially have conflicts, so I'm waiting for your ruling on those conflicts.
The only one that identified that he might have a conflict was Mr. Starr, ma'am.
Right.
If there's somebody else here that feels you have a conflict, please self-identify and
Chairman?
leave. Yes, ma'am.
If I may, just for clarification, I said that I feel that I have a conflict on what is already on the books. Okay?
Okay.
AO 2014-28. That's why I didn't vote for it. But I certainly don't feel like I have a conflict on what is in front of us this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Please vote on AO 2015-63. Oh, Ms. Jennifer?
Yes, now that we've gone through this whole conflict, I really would like to discuss the issue before we vote.
That'd be odd.
And I'm sorry to tie up because there's a lot of folks here for things that they really.
I know they want to deal
Right.
with
And so I would like to just briefly say that I read the thesis that led us to this decision. And just historically, how we got nationally from separating local municipal elections from general elections was from Tammany Hall. Because Tammany Hall was using the local elections to pay off the state and the federal election workers. And it's been an experiment that's been going on for a number of years. We have traditionally low voter turnout, and I'm not sure if the mail order is going to do it. I've been in touch with Chugach Electric, and it hasn't helped them. I think electronics maybe is improving the Chugach Electric voter turnout. But really, there is voter fatigue, and we saw it again, I mean, this year with the national elections, and they were huge in this state, this very small state. So when it came to our local mayor's election, even though eventually it started to rev up as far as interest, most people that I would talk to said, I am sick of going to vote, I'm sick of politics, and I don't want to be involved. And I appreciate that, because then what happens is we have very narrow interests that come out to vote. And I don't think you should, I'm not quite ready to go to the Australian system where you have to vote. But I do think we have to really work on how we get people to vote, and I'm not sure if having a time separate, and it was amazing when I talked to people, they really just wanted to vote once a year. I do realize that there are extenuating circumstances that make it difficult to vote with the state in the fall. I think there's probably a chance where if the municipality bought our own voting equipment and leased it to the state, we could have some cooperation, but I'm not sure about that. But for one of my final votes, I will be voting against this because I don't think it really does a great job as far as giving us a huge a decent cross-section of the community involved in local politics and participating in our election.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It should be known to everybody, and it's probably not, that holding elections in Anchorage, Alaska may be the most difficult place anywhere. It seems, for most voters, you just go to the poll and vote. It seems real easy. But because of our different service districts and how we have to do the elections, it's enormously complicated. There are 20, or I don't know, Amanda, I don't know how many different ballots there are out there throughout the city. It is a very hard place to hold elections. And the clerk's office should be given kudos every day for getting it right each time. That being said, we do have a miserably low turnout in April, and we have to do, as a body, I think, everything we can do reasonably to increase that. And I think the idea of moving the elections to November would increase voter turnout. I think it almost certainly would, because our historical turnout in November is always higher. So I think that was a good move by the Assembly to do it. I think it creates huge logistical issues, but I think we have an obligation to try it over. It's not impossible. It's just very difficult to have the elections in November. It's going to take the cooperation of the state. It's going to be very challenging, certainly the first time, but we can get there. We put people on the moon in 1969 with the computer power of a cell phone, basically. We can have elections in November if we really want to. So I'm going to vote no on this. I think we need to keep those elections in November and move heaven and earth to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hall, sir, on the ordinance in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm always baffled about the comment about we don't understand why we get a poor turnout in April, yet we get a great turnout in November. And reality is that individuals in this community have much less connection with state government than they do with local government. You seldom get a chance to participate. opportunities to actually go and testify and be involved the way you are here are really non-existent at that level yet, and maybe it is because people are trained to turn out in November. I supported that move when it was before us before. I will not be supporting it this time for a couple of reasons. One of my reasons is I'm always concerned about when we have comments about, well, let's withhold their PFD if they don't go vote. Quite honestly, the thing that terrifies me is an uninformed individual in a voting booth voting because they're going to get a permanent fund check, or if they're voting because they've turned out to the state election, I really don't understand what's going on in the city, but I'll go vote anyway. I would honestly rather be a part of a small turnout of an informed, involved, caring electorate. But I do want to be very clear, and believe me, of everybody sitting on this body, if there's anyone that's got kind of an understanding of what goes on in our elections, it's me. I was the guy that inherited dealing with the problem after 2012. And I'm going to tell you, understand, moving this election to November is a concurrent election. You're going to do 2 elections in one day. The state is not going to turn their election over to us, as we will not turn our election over to the state. Because if that election goes bad, you have got to have the ability to be accountable and responsible for the election as a municipality and as the clerk's office. We have to have our own registry on that date. They have to have their own voter registry. So when you go in that evening or that day to vote, if you're talking about voter fatigue, imagine you're going to show up at the election polls. There's going to be 2 polling places. You're going to go to one and get your municipal ballots and go vote. Then you've got to come back, turn that ballot in. Then you've got to go to a second location, do the registry again, get your ballots, and go vote. If we are sharing the state's machines, or if the state is sharing our machines, those ballots can't be run simultaneously. If we use the state's AccuVote machines for our election, we will put our ballots in a box, and those ballots will be run after the state has concluded counting their ballots. If they have a problem with the election and there's a malfunction, it's possible it could be the next day when we get our election results, because we are moving into their election, they're not moving into ours. Poll workers are a real challenge for us. We've got 120 precincts. We need 600 to 700 people. The state and we use exactly the same poll workers. This isn't a business that a lot of young people are interested in becoming involved in. This is an aging group of people that we've got, and they're getting more difficult to have people to make that commitment to come in. So on election day, when we're doing this simultaneously, and it'll be every other year, state only holds elections every other year, and then on the year that you've got a national election in concurrent with the state election and the city election, people are not only going to have fatigue from the amount of time it's going to take to go in there and dealing with 2 different elections on the same day, and the confusion is going to be, it won't be insurmountable, but it's going to be great. You're going to be going in, voting on initiatives or propositions that the state are numbering, initiative number 1, initiative number 2. We're going to have our ballot, initiative 1, initiative 2. People are going to be, I think they'll genuinely be confused that evening just on where they turn their ballot back in. It's going to be a tough, trying situation. So we've also in that consider your precinct. Some of them are actually relatively generous in space, but a lot of them are very confined because they're located in a school and the school's not able to give up space. So imagine 2 elections going on in that space at the same time. So for that reason, I will vote to change this back. Not that I wouldn't love to see us get a 60% turnout, which would happen every other year if we're doing it concurrently. So I think there is enough downside to this that I will vote to move this back to April. It also gives local candidates, when they're running for an election, a chance to be recognized and seen and actually be able to buy space. If you're doing it in a state election, I think municipal candidates will get lost. When you're doing it in a national election, local candidates aren't going to stand a chance. Thank you.
I've got 3 more people, and then we're going to vote and then move on to what a lot of people are here for right now. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Hall, I think, did a nice job of summarizing the logistical challenges. I guess there's just 2 points I would add. One is, one of the things we learned when we dealt with this previously is that although voter turnout is higher in November, voter performance as you go down ballot is not. And that's the voter fatigue point that Mr. Hall was sort of alluding to. Is, everybody votes in the presidential elections. Most people vote in the congressional elections. Some people vote in the legislative elections, and fewer still actually vote on the propositions. So you get that voter fatigue even on one ballot, and then if you go up to another one, your performance is going to be lower still. The other reason for doing this is I truly want us to have better voter turnout. Mr. Braun, I'm not afraid of anybody, even you. But I think the way we do it is go to try a vote-by-mail system or even an electronic system. And I applaud Mr. Hall and the Ethics and Elections Committee and their efforts to look into that. I know the clerk's office has been supporting that. And I think that is the better answer to the question than the one that was put before us a couple of years ago. So thank you very much for your time this evening. I apologize it took so much.
Mr. Honeman, on your ordinance, sir.
Basically, I asked for support, and a lot of fine comments were made by all my colleagues. Making sausage, making ordinance, making law changes, things of that nature is a lot like making sausage. Sometimes the ingredients really smell. And frankly, my grandsons were supposed to come tonight and possibly sit in a little bit and watch us at work, and I'm kind of glad they didn't. It was a little embarrassing there for a few moments, but I think we've come back to task. There's one thing I think that is kind of missing in the difference between having elections in November versus having elections when we hold them. And Mr. Braun, I'm not afraid of anything either, but I will say that what I'm most concerned about is when we're having elections along the same lines and the same time frame that the state and the federal government holds, it's very clear that they are partisanship elections. So they actually have a primary. We don't. We're nonpartisan by charter. It's mandated by law that we're not supposed to be running. And it's very easy to get melded in with the partisanship elections, the partisanship campaigning, and talk about potential gerrymandering. It could get very ugly, and I really don't want to go there. In fact, if there was ever a reason for making sure that we're so far away from state and federal elections, that would be the chief one amongst them. I really don't care what day on the calendar we run. I'm going to campaign the same either way. I'm going to be as diligent with my constituents as I possibly can each and every day I come to work. I think we adequately answered the issue of whether there were conflicts, and I'm ready to vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, last comment, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think my colleagues have covered a lot of points on this, and I think Mr. Hall did an excellent job as chairman of the Ethics and Elections Committee. What? Oh, and of explaining issues that were discussed in the committee. Just a couple other things that weren't mentioned. I think because of the having to register for both elections, we're going to end up with longer lines, which will actually cause voters to not decide to vote for in one of the two elections. So we may actually get a lower voter turnout. And also there's going to be voter confusion among ballot initiatives. There'll be advertising on TV and radio, vote yes on number one, vote no on number one, and people will be confused on which ballot the number one they're wanting to vote no on is. And so I'm going to be voting in favor of moving the election back to April. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. This is on AO 2015-63. That is approved by the body. The vote is 7 yeas and 3 nays. 1 abstained. Wasn't here. Next item in front of us is ordinance 14F. It's ordinance 2015-77, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly dictating certain municipal lands identified as parcels 006-401-03-000 and 006-401-04-000, Lot 1 and Lot 2, Muldoon Estates, located in the 1301 Muldoon Road for permanent public park and recreation purposes. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Sorry it took so long. State your name and spell your last name for us, if you would, please.
I'm back. Oops, you better stand up here with me, Christine. Ainsley Phillips, A-I-N-S-L-I-E, P-H-I-L-L-I-P-S. And this ordinance has been my dream for over 20 years. Earlier, I made a comment to the general public out there to get off the couch and vote. Well, I'm put my money where my mouth is, because Tim Sullivan, Mayor Sullivan's brother, challenged me back in 1997 to do just that by becoming part of the Northeast Community Council in Weed and Seed. And in the 20-some years that I've been out there, I've seen lots of changes and orchestrated lots of changes. We've had some failures, but we've had a lot of wins, too. Thanks to Mr. Peterson and Senator Wielechowski, we got $1 million for this, for the state. And under 2020, of those of you who remember even what that was, that poor document's been buried so badly. I mean, talk about the death of 1,000 cuts. That the Muldoon area is designated to have an 80% increase in population in the next future years. I don't know how long now. I can't remember. Since my stroke, I can't remember that. Sorry, but whatever. But because we have all the bigger lots out there. And we're out of dirt in Anchorage, so we're going to be going back and reclaiming all our areas and crowding things in. You know, as they always say, get a shoehorn and cram some more in. And that's what we're doing exactly in Anchorage. And it's turning out to be really a challenge, but it's pretty ugly. We can do it the right way or we can do it the wrong way. May I just remind you 3 words: rustic goat farce. So, I mean, we need to look at everything clear. And this park, I mean, this piece of land has been turned down by every developer in this town, even the special interest developers who have challenged me over the years and have come here. And Mr. Steele was on the school board, I believe, and we turned it down for the Begich site because of the land is so poor. You can't build on that. The only thing that thing is good for is a park. And we tried, I've been trying this for over 20 years. What my dream was to do was to keep the greenhouse and turn it into a horticultural school so we could have a new trade school for people and teach horticulture and farming and stuff like this state was founded on. I'm from Michigan originally, and I had a lot of relatives that came with the land giveaway from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota to make this a viable state. And I'm got sick and tired of seeing the city do one thing and the state come by 6 months later and tear it out and do it again, do it their own way. We need cohesive growth. We need to work with each other, not against each other. And the reason people come to Alaska is for the outdoors. So let's make sure we maintain our outdoors so we can get out there.
Thank you, Ainsley. Mr. Peterson has a question.
Pardon?
Mr. Peterson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ainsley, I just want to thank you for all the hard work you've done over the last 20 years. This would not be happening this evening if it hadn't been for you. And good job.
Thank you.
Wait. Ainsley.
That's okay, Madam
You
Chair.
okay? Okay.
If it's me, I just wanted to say I second that, and times 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else wish to be heard?
My name's John Nicely, spelled Nicely, and I happen to be a Muldooner. And I've been on Muldoon since 1986. This park has been a dream a long time. Mr. Peterson knows when Eldon Mulder was in that area, we were fighting to get a park long time ago. We're also building new housing, low-income housing on on 11th Avenue right now. Cook Inlet is in the process of building, which means we have a lot of kids there. And this is one good thing for kids. I have kids, I have grandkids. And this is something that's needed in Muldoon. We need quality of life for the kids in this community. And that's one thing I want to see, and that's why I'm here. When I got the call to show up, I had no problem with the call. And I ask all of you to pull in their heartstrings or whatever it takes to get this approved so we can get something done for this community that helps it. Thank you so very much.
Thank
God
you,
bless.
sir. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, Stuart Grenier, Grenier. I'm on the Northeast Community Council. And I was born 2 days after the earthquake at the Air Force Hospital and grew up in Muldoon and Eagle River some. But basically, this park makes perfect sense. I think looking into the crystal ball, it's clear Muldoon, thanks to 2020 plan, is going to be really crowded. The wooded areas are totally disappearing. The one just north of Fred Meyer's, we're having 100 new units going in there. And there's building another just across the street from the park. We're trying to get dedicated. They're putting 4-story buildings in with business on the bottom and residential on top. And then there's another complex going in next to that. And during the East Anchorage District Plan, they talked about Rangeview Trailer Court. And they were planning on taking a third of that next to the road for commercial and taking to 260 units in there and changing it to 650 units. So high population is coming to East Anchorage. It's going to be our largest village in the state. Muldoon needs identity. This position for the park is perfect, highly visual. It has a creek. You go back on it, it's got a creek with a beaver dam. We already have petitions going. We're trying to get a bike trail along the military-civilian boundary. It would tie it in with Centennial Park and the Glen Highway Trail and the Campbell Trail and the Chester Creek Trail and all that. So this is perfect. We have to take responsibility. Put the park where the people are. There's going to be a lot of folks there, and this is going to be one of our better parks in town, maybe even the best if we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Linda Starr, S-T-A-R-R, no relation to Mr. Starr. Never met him. No.
You can use the cane on him, okay?
I'm sorry? So I just wanted to say I'm in the Muldoon area, and I very much appreciate the work of Mr. Peterson and Mr. Wilikowski. And I was astonished to hear that this park has not been set aside as a park already, because I saw the work that was being done on the Chester Creek restoration, and I thought that those two things just went together, so my mistake. But due to the history of its use and its proximity to things like the Boys and Girls Club, the library, the schools in the area, and housing that's going in, this is really an ideal location for a park. And also, it really needs to be a park because it's just too close to Chester Creek to build anything. You could not have commercial development there or industrial development there because it's just too close to the creek. It would be a danger. And why are we spending all this money on creek restoration just to put in more businesses on top of the creek? It just doesn't make sense to do that. And the funding for it has already been appropriated by the state. And so I'm just kind of dumbfounded and wondering who could possibly be opposed to this and why? So that's all I wanted to say, is this just makes so much sense, and please pass this appropriation, this amendment, whatever they call this thing, this ordinance.
Thank you for coming and testifying, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hello, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Good evening, sir. Assembly, Mayor, Don Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I think we ought to turn that thing into a park. I've had a lot of years' experience with that property. I used to own it. And, you know, I worked with a lot of the people out in Muldoon on it, having meetings and meetings. And as a developer at the time, which I'm not a developer anymore, I'm too old for it up here. But I do personally think that it would be greater served to the community as a park. There's a lot of things that are going on and out in Muldoon, and the people out there, you know, they've sacrificed a lot. You know, there's a few of us old Alaskans around. There's been here since the 40s and the 50s that we've seen a lot of changes, and there's still a lot of those people out in that area. And they're adjusting, you know, to a lot of it out there. But I think that we should end this Alaska greenhouse property issue. Let's vote on something tonight. And let's give these people that park. Let's end this property dispute year after year after year after year. You know, I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on drawings. By the way, I offered to give them to you on that where that creek is being relocated. I had all that. But anyway, I just say, why don't you go ahead and make it a park? Be done with this. And these people, they won't have to be coming back up here and up here year after year after year. This is crazy. Let's actually, you know, vote on it, pass it, get it done, and let's go on to something else, and hopefully we'll get that thing passed, whatever that'll be. Let's do something. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hello, Senator.
Hi, I'm Bill Wielechowski, State Senator representing East Anchorage and Jay-Bear. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I want to thank Assemblyman Peterson, Honeman, and Starr for sponsoring this. And I believe this park is very much needed. I think there's no opposition that I know of to this park, and wide support for it from all across my community. I think it'll be an excellent addition to Anchorage. East Anchorage is one of the most densely populated areas in all of Alaska, and it's getting even more crowded. The Anchorage 2020 plan was opposed by the Northeast Community Council. I think we were the only one in the entire city to oppose it because it put a lot of new high-density housing in East Anchorage, and I believe over 10,000 new residents are into an already crowded neighborhood. And a lot of these new apartments and new additions are high-density houses. They are places that don't have yards, and kids need a place to play. In fact, right within about 5 minutes of where this park is being proposed, there's been several hundred new additions, and there's probably another 100 or so, 150 new ones going up right next to Fred Meyer, which is very close. The Anchorage Bowl Park Natural Resources and Recreation Facility Plan has identified Northeast Anchorage as being deficient in parks and recreation facilities. This has universal support, as I mentioned. The Scenic Foothills Community Council has supported it unanimously. The Northeast Community Council has supported this unanimously, which, if you know anything about the Northeast Community Council, for them to support this unanimously is quite an accomplishment. And I think this is an urgent matter. The state has contributed over $1 million in 2 separate grants. One of those $1 million grants is set to expire on July 1st, 2016. So I think it is urgent that we get this passed, because if that grant lapses, there's a high likelihood that money goes back to the state, to the general fund. So I thank you for your time, and I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. There don't appear any questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Lisa Vaught. I'm the Chief of Staff for Representative Ledoux. Representative Ledoux is out of town, but she represents the Muldoon area in the state legislature, and so I'm just going to read you what she has to say here. She says, I urge your support of this ordinance that dedicates the former Alaska greenhouse property as permanent parkland. In my House district in East Anchorage, I do a lot of outreach, going door to door and talking with residents. In the last 4 years, I've walked this House district at least 10 times, and my constituents consider this park to be critical to our community. The residents of Muldoon and the surrounding area have worked tirelessly to establish the Muldoon Town Square Park, and this is the next step in the process. East Anchorage is deficient in the number of parks compared to the population density, and the park would provide a gathering and recreation place. According to the U.S. Census, the Muldoon area is one of the most ethnically diverse areas in the country, and this park would provide opportunities for our diverse community. This is imperative to the mental, emotional, and physical health of our families and children. As Senator Wielechowski mentioned, there's $1 million in appropriated funds for the park scheduled to lapse on July 1st, 2016. We must designate this land now and encumber and utilize these funds by the deadline. Additionally, there's another $500,000 set aside for park planning and design that needs to be used. The Northeast Community Council did unanimously pass a resolution in support of the Muldoon Town Square Park, and they've worked with Assembly members and state legislators to move this forward. So for the well-being of the East Anchorage community, I urge the passage of AO 2015-77.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Hi, Carla McConnell, MCCONNELL. Thank you for taking so long to do all your other business, because I actually went and played a softball game and came back. So
There you go.
Yeah.
Somebody happy.
So I am also on the NECC board. I'm also the former president of the board, and we have testified so many times in front of you regarding this park, and I know that what a lot of people are saying today is nothing new. What I do want to say that is new is that we have established just recently a Muldoon Farmers Market, and the reason why I bring that up is because the sense of community at the market is was incredible. I've never seen anything like it, and that's exactly what this park would do for Muldoon. And if you've ever, and I know some of you do live in an area of town where you feel like maybe all the dog mess in town is shoved into your corner of the yard. That's the way we feel sometimes. And this park would be such a centerpiece for our community, such a gathering place, and give us a sense of community in what's destined to be a very, very densely populated area, and already is on its way. So I know there's complications with the way that the land was acquired. I know that that's some holdup with certain assembly members, and I understand that. But I think what you're giving back to this community and the beautification of Anchorage and the beautification of the east side that often gets the dog crap scooped over there, it's priceless. So please, please consider passing this and dedicating this land. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to testify? Welcome, sir.
Yes, good evening. My name is Bob Rupke, R-E-U-P-K-E. I'm a member of the Northeast Community Council. I'm also on the board of the Muldoon Farmers Market and Federation of Community Councils. I'm an old-time Muldooner, moved there in 1972. Now, you know I'm an old-timer when Medicare sends me an email and congratulating me on my birthday. I just got it today, so.
The hearing aid, people starting to send you birthday cards yet? Mm-hmm. Then you're there.
Okay, I've seen a lot of changes. When I first came to Muldoon, Muldoon Road was two-lane, Tudor Road was two-lane, and they were working on it, expanding it, and I got a sign on my car that says I drove Tudor Road. It was really bad. The area has really grown. We're getting a lot of high density in the area. We're getting a lot of retail to Cottonwood Commons. We really need a park. This is something that Muldoon really needs. And I would really urge you to vote yes on this and to give us a park, because Muldoon really needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify? I know everybody wants to be last, but somebody's got to get up here.
Kaylin Saxton, K-A-L-E-N-S-A-X-T-O-N. I'm part of the group that got the Muldoon Farmers Market going. We want to see community gardens over in the park. We want to see community gathering place. 3 community councils members work to make this happen, and there is a very strong sense of community waiting for this park. Please vote yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify?
Gerald Idem, E-I-D-E-M, longtime resident of Muldoon. I enjoyed the greenhouse setting there. They had water, a creek running through the corner of the greenhouse, had ducks and geese in there, and my kids enjoyed it year after year visiting the greenhouse. Kind of partnership between the public kids in the area and their business. Thought it was great. And all of a sudden they realized this greenhouse is being attacked by government, so to speak. You can't build a greenhouse over a streamlet like you did there, so you got to take that corner of your greenhouse away. You can't feed the ducks and geese in there because it contaminates the water, and you just can't be there. So eventually the greenhouse disappeared, in my opinion, for some of those smaller reasons, but important to my kids and me. But next thing I know, comes the last administration, they come along and say, we're going to change the pattern of this water stream, which has fish in it, by the way. We're going to make it 2 90-degree angles and build a big under Muldoon Road access route for water. Today, if you've been out there, I'm sure you have, they got 3 big backhoes, a huge ditch down there, and I couldn't see any water any place. I hope there's water running someplace. And trying to turn this beautiful greenhouse setting for the public and kids into a commercial building situation for the city, get more taxes, as the prior mayor tried to explain. Now, I don't support that idea. I think this whole area is worthy of a park situation for kids in my day and kids in the future. And we do have the money to support the park, which is better than what you have in a coastal trade. You're trying to trade land for the airport, which is state property. I think you should get some money in exchange if you're going to do that, like build a new sewer system out there. So get money from the state, 50, 60 million, whatever it takes to rebuild our sewer system out there. Get something for the lines you're giving up to the airport if you decide to go that route. So in this case, we already have the money for the park. So I support it completely, and I should do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Barbara Hood, H-O-O-D. I'm a resident of East Anchorage, and I just wanted to support this as a resident of the community. I think it's an area that could use beautification. It's an area that we all enjoy. It's the eastern boundary of our community. Many of us drive through it. I'm on it almost every day. So the beauty and the tranquility that a park would bring, I think, is very important. And I just want to express my gratitude to those who've made this happen. I know it's a long journey that everyone has been on. When I go into Muldoon now, I've been in the area about 12 years. When I go in there now, there's such a greater feeling of community, of excitement, of vitality between the school, the market, the new housing, and then the excitement of a park. I just think it's a wonderful thing, and I endorse it, and I hope you vote for it tonight. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. Are you poaching, Kathy?
Excuse me?
Are you poaching?
Am I poaching?
Yes, there's no runway here.
Thank goodness for that. Kathy Gleason, Gleason. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. I'm very excited about witnessing what I hope will be an approval of this ordinance tonight to create another dedicated permanent parkland in our city. We have finite land, and there are areas that are appropriate for development, and then there are areas that really should be set aside for the entire community and future generations to enjoy. And this is certainly one of them. And living on the west end of town, I don't get over to Muldoon all that often, but I'm really excited about this park, and I hope to enjoy it on occasion in the future. And I really appreciate all the Eastern Anchorage residents who have worked so hard to get to this point. Been there, done that, know how it is. I just hope that they don't have to go through the same things that I have in continuing to protect this park once it's dedicated. And I'm going to fight for this dedicated park just like I'm fighting for the one in my neck of the woods because they're important to this community. So I really appreciate it, and I encourage a yes vote on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Janice Ziv, last name spelled Zulu, India, Victor. That's all. The last time I came to the Assembly to talk about the Muldoon Park, I was the comic relief at the end. Since that time, I've spent time with the Northeast Community Council. I've spent time with the Muldoon Market people and hopefully did a little to help them out. Any one of the reasons that you have been hearing in support of this park would be sufficient in and of itself. The fact that you have heard nothing but reasons in support of this park is pretty phenomenal. But at the same time, it's grassroots, it's title. No, it's more than title because it's going to stay. And so the park needs to be dedicated, and relating back to the other park that was under discussion tonight, it needs to be dedicated in perpetuity. I see that, as far as I can see, there's just no question. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all, otherwise we're going to vote on it.
I'm here.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome. My name is John Locks, spelled phonetically Lima Alpha Uniform X-ray. I speak on my own behalf today as a homeowner in Bill and Gabby's district. And I rise in support of this park. And I would say that it's probably in the best interest of this assembly that you actually vote in favor of it, given the embarrassment that was those past 2 hours of discussing whatever that was. So I thought that was funny, and that's all that really matters sometimes. And I would also plant the seed that this park inevitably be named after Ms. Phillips for her hard work and dedication in this painful fight, I'm sure. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. How many still want to testify? Because I need to get a number so we can get to vote. You may be the last one, sir.
All right. My name is Kevin Smestad, spelled S-M-E-S-T-A-D, past NECC president, past Creekside Elementary PTA president, and past Baggage Middle School PTA president as well. I just wanted to mention one thing that I had not heard here, and it's a place for the kids to be and to play. Right now, the best place they can play is Fred Meyer's parking lot, or the parking lot in front of the library. This will be a place where they can go spend some time that's not in a parking lot with cars that are driving around. Also, I just wanted to mention that this has been a long haul, and I wanted to thank Mr. Honeman, Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Starr for putting this ordinance up. And if you have any questions, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman has a question, sir.
It's going to be to the ordinance, but I wanted to thank Mr. Smithstead and all the Northeast Community Council and its board for sticking with this and pushing it and pulling and shoving. Thank you.
Sure. Anybody else wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Need to move to approve, but I need to make an amendment.
Is there a second? Okay. Mr. Honeman.
Yes. It's been brought to our attention that as identified by title, that there's been some replatting of the lots, particularly as undertaking the creek realignment. They've replatted, reparceled, and I think the administration has come up with some dates or identification. So I'd like to change on page 2 of 3, line 40, and where it would say the municipally owned real property identified in this section, and we insert a comma, by its legal description prior to its replatting in 2014. And what that would, I need a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Honeman?
And just a cleanup is formerly known as lots 1 and 2, but it appears that there's been some replatting as a result of the redesign of the creek. So.
And that's some legal?
This cleans that up, according to municipal.
Is there any objection by the body to that? Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, the minutes reflect that change was made. Mr. Honeman, the main issue in front of us?
I don't want to go too far into this. We're just carrying the message up here for the community. This is a community effort that, and I don't want to call out or miss anybody in particular, but I want to thank Ms. Ainsley Phillips for coming out tonight. I know she's been stricken with some health afflictions here of late, and I'm just damn proud to see you here. And the entire Northeast Community Council and all the neighbors in Scenic Foothills, everybody that stood behind this project is, I think we're there. I think we're there. I'm waiting to see the votes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rada, I see you out there, and I'm sure you can answer the question for me. My recollection when we were discussing this last year, there's 3 actual parcels. There was parcels A, B, and C, as I recall on the map. I believe parcel C had already been dedicated as a park. Is that correct? Or lot 3. I don't know if it's lot 3 or C.
Through the Chair, Mr. Dembowski, there's actually 4 parcels that you're speaking to tonight, A, B, C, and D, and actually lot 3, which is the eastern 11 acres that borders Fort Richardson. That was already dedicated in a previous action.
So then the item before us will expand the size of the, it will take up those 2 lots that were being discussed as far as potential development lots.
What would have been lot 1 and 2.
So we're adding.
Well, lot as in the title currently, which is incorrect because they were replatted, and so there's tract A, B, C, and D, which comprise the center acreage and the western acreage, which fronts Muldoon.
So let me rephrase my question. Previous action had already dedicated parkland in this area.
The eastern block of the original 3.
Right. The current action before us will make the park bigger.
Absolutely.
And with that said, the development opportunity for those lots, I remember I'm going to be the sticky widget that you were talking about. I can't help myself. The complications with this, when these parcels were originally acquired, they were done so using a loan from a utility. Through subsequent assembly action, there was we used general funds to pay off that loan.
Right.
And then there was a discussion that we were going to develop those first 2 lots in order to pay back the general fund. Do you recall that?
No, the center would have been lot 2 was never in question. It was going to be the western parcel, which would have been lot 1.
All right. Okay.
And if you recall, there was a lot of mechanics going on about exchanging part of Centennial Park. Mm-hmm. Which made things a little more complicated as well.
Right.
Ultimately, that was taken off the table due to LWCF designations and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter was there was I believe, a $3.7 million loan that was in question.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rada. You've answered my question. I didn't have my stack of paperwork in front of me, so I was trying to remember. You know, I'm really stuck on this one. And to be honest with you, I walked in tonight, sure, I would vote no, and not because I don't think this is a good spot for a park, but because I am one of those people that recognize we have a fiduciary responsibility to every single taxpayer in the city of Anchorage. And originally when this parcel was acquired, not once, but by multiple assembly action, we promised the taxpayers of this community that we would pay it back. Now, I did see some sort of schematic in which maybe the front part of it could be a gateway to the park, and I thought that was exciting because I thought, I look across the street, Muldoon there, and I see this beautiful development with this winding creek that goes through it, and I think it looks really pretty. And I think you have this heavily trafficked area, and I wonder how you segue that straight into a park. And I just thought that would be a nice way to break it up and kind of have this calming, you know, you go into this nice development and then you have this beautiful park behind it. So I supported the back half of this being dedicated as a park, no problem with that. But I keep going back to this promise that we made to the taxpayers and say the one failure, I think, of the members that have brought this forward, and I think they've done a good service to the community by bringing it forward, because I know there's passion in East Anchorage for this park, and my heart wants to vote for it. But I am not emotionally driven, as anybody who knows me can tell you. I'm data-driven. And my heart says I want to vote for it, but fundamentally my fiduciary responsibility says that there's been no plan or effort made to pay back the money that was borrowed and told to the taxpayers that would be paid back. So it's troubling to me, just to forget that promise, because that too was a promise. I think this will be a beautiful park. I think this will be a jewel for the community. I think there could have been a compromise. I think there could have been a beautiful way to develop both. And I can count noses, and I can tell you it's going to pass. But with that
either
said,
applaud or we can vote on it, so please stop applauding.
But with that said, I'll listen to the debate, and I will make up my mind. But I absolutely, first and foremost, feel a fundamental responsibility to every taxpayer in this community. And the decision I have to make is, do I go with the data, and do I go with that promise, or do I go with my heart, and do I go make this entire thing a park? And I don't think I'm there, to be honest with you. But like I said, I did support the back half of this being a park because I do think it will be a nice area. So we'll just see where it comes. But regardless, I'm pretty convinced this is going to be a park for Muldoon. So we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
Nice to see most of you again. I brought this up before, and I've sponsored or co-sponsored, however you like to do it, again for lots of different reasons. And I feel like, first off, of course, I represent a small district up there, but I represent the entire community. So for that sake, it's not a matter of am I more vested in that area or not. I feel like when I drive this part of town, in particular, I drive it almost every day, we need green space to the road. We certainly have it on the other side. We've done some nice job with some subsidized housing over and around the corner. Walmart doesn't look all that bad. Begich Middle School looks wonderful. But the idea that we have green space buffers has always been the evolving question. As Mr. Rada said, the middle parcel was already going down that road. We debated the last time up here whether or not to preserve a commercial sector of that. Now, there was other points and, quite frankly, bureaucratic obstacles. It didn't go to Parks and Rec Commission. Well, check that off because it's been to Parks and Rec. We needed a better public process with the community councils weighing in. Well, check that. It's been done too. I think then we had to have better area planning. Well, check off the district plan because it got completed and speaks positively to this. All those actions came through this assembly body, so we've all had a chance to say, what do we need best? The Parks and Rec recommendations in our packet, the community councils say yes. The district plan is well orchestrated, presented by our planners. The creek realignment, good, bad, or otherwise, is being done. I think the idea to preserve a commercial sector of town, I develop buildings, perhaps not a developer by Mr. Smith's definition, but I look at it from a pro forma perspective that says, all right, if we were going to develop a commercial parcel along the street frontage there, what would it look like? If we built a beautiful building there, or some developer came in and did that, we could generate about $40,000 a year in taxes. That'd be about a $2 million building. $2.5 million building equates $40,000 into the public sector coffers. Doesn't matter, maybe it's a good amenity, but it's a private sector building. I would challenge the community to say, hey, let's put a private contractor that leases bikes, maybe leases canoes, a vendor for the hot dog stand or the ice skates, whatever we do. Let's do that. You'll be challenged by the need to put in the back half of your park in the back corner. You'll be challenged with future requests for water towers, cell towers, easements that we sell to our utilities across that. There'll be revenue streams and questions as how this park develops over time. I certainly believe that. But we've got setback requirements against the stream, as was noted. We've got offset requirements off the Muldoon Road. We've got parking requirements for a commercial building. Pretty soon that footprint gets pretty small, and I think the benefit of a green space to the road far outweighs that. The higher density comments nearby speak clearly to that. I'm a little more selfish because I think as the private developer is required to provide this private open space concept, the public also has a requirement to say, hey, there's a park down the street or across the way. We can live with a little higher density because I can walk to a park. Town centers work. I have one in downtown Eagle River. It works very well. It is a walkable community. We've got high density across the street now up behind Jitters. People can walk to our park and feel good about it. Yeah, I mean, we made a public commitment to use public funds to acquire the lands. That's what we do up here. I'm okay with it. I appreciate the state's involvement to help develop the park, and I hope the administration doesn't veto this one. Let's act on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's appropriate and very timely that we dedicate this area as parkland. We're celebrating Anchorage's centennial this year, and it also happens to be the 75th anniversary of Muldoon. I think his name was Arnold Muldoon, first homesteaded some land there in 1940. So I think it's very timely that we turn this area into parkland. And I also want to thank all the members of the Community Council who are here this evening and all the ones over the last couple of decades who've worked on this that aren't here this evening for their work to get this started and rolling in the right direction. And I also just wanted to say that the residents of East Anchorage may not have quite as many acres of parkland as we have in other parts of town, but we do pay property taxes, and those taxes have been supporting parks in other parts of town. So I think it's finally our turn to get a park in our side of town. And so I'm going to be voting in favor of this, and I hope the rest of you will too. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Just a point of personal privilege. If you could, my grandsons, I said earlier, were planning on being here, and they're apparently still awake and watching. They just got back from a hockey camp. So hello, Dylan, and hello, Brandon.
There's no one left in the queue. I don't participate in the debate.
I was trying to be in it.
Oh, there you are. Mr. Flynn, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
It's okay. I think Ms. Domboski makes a reasonable point, and so I'll just share with her my perspective on this, which is each part of town makes sacrifices to benefit other parts of town. You know, for example, those of us who live in Ardsa tend to get more traffic from other parts of town than we send out to others. And we send a few people up to the hillside to use the road service areas to get to the Chugach State Park, and a couple to Eagle River to get to your access to Chugach State. So we all kind of make sacrifices for one another, and I appreciate the concern. And obviously, since my district is entirely within the MLP service area, I'm very cognizant of how we use those dollars. But I think that this is an appropriate use of those public funds for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Since there's no one else, let me, a few items. You know, when I look at Anchorage, we've got the Park Strip downtown. In Midtown, we've got Cuddy Park. We've got Campbell Creek Park. You go to Muldoon, and there's just a road that leads through Muldoon. We need to have a park there. This has been in front of us many times. I intend to vote yes on this thing. Let's get your park in place and get this done. Please vote. That is approved. The vote's 10-1. Okay, we're on to 14G. Mike, Roster said we're on to 14G. Okay. The next item in front of us, we still have some items to deal with. On page 8 is item 14G, Resolution 2015-217, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the alcoholic beverages conditional use for a beverage dispensary tourism use and license number 5397 in the T Transition District for JSJ Group LLC. This is sushi on the fly. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony.
Move to approve.
What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holman, second by Ms. Johnston. Any other discussion? Please vote. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, I think this next one's going to take a few minutes, so we might want to just quickly do 14I, and if we could, so I'd move to change the order today to take
Second.
14I.
That's fine, sir. That's what you want to do. Is there any objection to change the order of the day? Seeing no objection. Madam Clerk, please let the minutes reflect we're going into 14I, Resolution 2015-200, a resolution appropriating contribution of $105,000 approved in the 2015 Parks and Recreation Department operating budget from the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund 161 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 461. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed.
Move to
What's
approve.
the wish of the body? But moved and seconded. Any discussion from assembly members? If not, please vote. That is approved. We're now back to item 14H, ordinance 2015-75, an ordinance amending the zoning map, approving the rezoning of 0.48 acres of land from R3 mixed residential district to ROSL residential office district with special limitations for S60 of lot 7, N80 of lot 7, and lots 8 and 9, block 13, Cleaver subdivision, Seward Meridian, Alaska, generally located east of C Street and north of West 14th Avenue in Anchorage. South Addition Planning and Zoning Commission case 2015-007, Community Development Department, and accompanying a same memorandum. Public hearing on this item is now open. And there's an AM on the addenda with a protest on it. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. And spell your last name, if you would, please.
Hello, my name is Michelle Ritter. I'm a planner with Dow. I'm the applicant's representative. The applicant, Greg Cervano, representing Widener Apartments, is also here, as well as Tim Potter, also with Dow. The property under consideration is located between A and C Streets, bordered by 14th Avenue to the south and an unnamed alley to the north, located in South Addition Community Council area. The property is zoned to mixed-family residential R3. We are requesting a rezone from R3 to residential office RO with special limitations. The special limitations are designed to limit the height to 45 feet of any development and also restricts the uses to what are allowed under the multifamily R4 zoning designation. This request is in line with the direction that we received from the planning department. There was a handout that has an aerial showing the project site as well as a zoning map. At the end of that, there's 2 pages. That's a shadow study that was completed comparing development of the site under R3 and RO zoning districts. An analysis of the study shows that development under the RO zoning designation has a negligible impact on the surrounding residences in regard to shadowing, as we know that that's one of the concerns that we've been hearing. The site is in close proximity to downtown, which is an employment center. It's adjacent to pedestrian and bike trails, as well as transit stops on C Street. It's also served by various transit routes. The Anchorage 2020 Comprehensive Plan designates the site for redevelopment and mixed use, stating that the desire for the area is to provide medium to high density housing, allowing more people to live close to where they work. Redevelopment of vacant properties are specifically noted in the comprehensive plan for their ability to meet future housing needs. The 2006 land use map designates the site as a city center intensity, which means it's required or desired to have greater than 35 dwelling units per acre. This rezone will implement the Anchorage 2020 plan as well as the land use plan map and is appropriate for this site. With that, we respectfully request that you approve this rezone request and are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from assembly members. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, a couple questions. Remind me how many units you anticipate building if this rezone is?
We have a 35% design for a 36-unit apartment complex.
Okay. And if it remained R3, what would your plan be?
We would only be able to develop between 17 and 20 units.
17 to 20 units. And how would it differ in appearance?
I would assume that it would probably be 3 stories instead of 4.
Thank you very much.
There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
I'm Diana Bauman, B-A-U-M-A-N. I live to the east of this lot here. I live in a fourplex, and I've been there for 25 years or so. First of all, I'd like you to know this is not a NIMBY issue on my part. We want the lot developed. We just want it developed reasonably and responsibly to fit into our neighborhood. As it is now, it was originally zoned for 17 units, which would fit into our neighborhood. That's what we are. We're fourplexes and sixplexes, small residential houses. They are asking 36, 37 units on less than a half acre. Our neighborhood now is overwhelmed with parking, or lack of parking, I should say. City View is owned by the Widener Corporation and tied into this zoning rezone. City View is grandfathered on their parking and therefore do not have enough parking for their existing units. We as neighbors suffer with their parking in our streets, our parking lots that our tenants use, and adding 37 units to our area would be horrendous. It affects us in many ways, our quality of life with all the traffic. The snow plowing has become a major issue with the lack of parking. The year before last, of course not this year before last, the APD had to write over 15 tickets for illegal parking because they were not able to plow the streets, which I feel is a major safety issue for our neighborhood, for fire and police protection. I ask you to think of the neighborhood, the existing people. Most of us are like me, that's my retirement, or their 401s or whatever, and think of us. We've been here a long time, we're local, and we don't mind it being developed. We just want it to be developed correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Zach Armstrong, A-R-M-S-T-R-O-N-G. And I own a fourplex, which is right directly across the alleyway from where this monstrosity of a building is going up. And I am a part of this formal rezone protest. And I know you guys have a lot of things to read and go through, so I would like to, if you have this in front of you, which I hope you all do, turn to page 5 for me. And this is Title 21 again, which is I'm kind of getting an education on Title 21, but it says a whole lot, and because I only have 3 minutes, I'm not going to read it all. It says, a new RO district, which is what they're proposing, shall not be located in or expanded into areas that are designated residential in the comprehensive plan. Well, we're residential. The comprehensive plan states that there should be less than 35 housing units per acre. This is less than a half an acre that they want to develop. It also states in that same Title 2103.160E, number 7 on page 6, it says the proposed zoning is not likely to result in a significant adverse impact upon adjacent land uses, or such impacts shall be mitigated through stipulations. There has been no mitigation. the shadows and the lack of light that I will get because this building is directly south of me. It's going to be definitely a lot of negative impacts or adverse impacts like the Title 21 states. Like the lady just spoke of, it's a congested area, not so much on the parking that I see. I mean, there is that, but mainly the traffic that this will generate. And you know, I'm a little, you know, unlike Amy, I am very emotionally driven, and I'm really upset that this has even gone this far. I mean, you guys or the cities, from what I'm reading here, and I'm not, you know, I'm not all that educated. I just started to get educated on this when this proposal came through. You know, the city of Anchorage is breaking their own rules. You know, I've lived in that across the street from where this wants to go up for, you know, 9 years, and I plan on retiring there. I don't currently live there, but you know, why do we have zoning if we can just have somebody come and rezone it all for a bigger monstrosity of a place? I mean, it's from their proposal, 5 feet from the alleyways where the building's going to start going up. To me, that's unacceptable. I think we have a beautiful city, and when I open up Money Magazine or Travel Magazine and they speak of, you know, Anchorage being one of the most 25 top places to live in America, it makes me proud, and it's a great city. Doing this is not going to get us there. It's not going to keep us there. So I would ask that that you do the right thing and not allow the 36 units to go up. Again, I'm not opposed to developing it. I encourage people to develop it. I just don't want to have another Vista Grande or City View, whatever they changed the name to now, right across the street from me, which is exactly what will happen if you allow this to pass. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amy has a question for you.
I do. So the petitioner testified that, or the representative testified that if this wasn't rezoned, that they could build a 3-story building instead of a 4-story building. Are you opposed to a 3-story building?
You know, I'm opposed to changing the zoning. You know, why do we have these zones, Amy? Why are we zoning or create these zones in Anchorage if we're not going to follow them? That's a great area. I mean, it's downtown. It's considered Fairview, but it's right on A Street, C Street, heading downtown. What's wrong with developing them as a fourplex on each unit?
Going back to my question, current zoning, according to Michelle's testimony, current zoning would allow for a 3-story building versus a 4-story building. Would you be opposed to a 3-story?
How many units in a 3-story building?
She said 17 to 20, I think.
17 to 20 I can live with, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name is Mary Funner, Funner. I have the property at 128 West 14th. It's closer on the other side of B Street, so I'm not really in the area, but sort of. And I have a problem with even 17 because, you know, I built my fourplex a good 20 years ago. And at the time, nobody had any cars, and it was no big deal. Now, I have so many cars that they're parking in back of each other. And I can just imagine what's going to happen when we build that building. Even at 17, that's going to be a lot. I mean, just think, 2 cars per unit. And how are you going to be able to put those cars everywhere? The other issue I have is garbage. And I was there the other day because I have a dumpster, and at first I used to lock it. Now I don't lock it anymore because it costs a lot of money to lock it, and the people will just throw their garbage there anyway. And there was just all kinds of garbage there, and what they do is they walk down to my place and stick it in my garbage, in my dumpster, and I have to pay more for an extra dump, and I don't really appreciate that either, and that's another issue that I don't think anybody's really thought of. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wishing to testify on this item, please come forward.
My name is Arlene Rainey, Raney, and I'm not against them building, but my thought is there will be a lot of traffic, because every person in today's world has a car, and if they have teenagers, that'll be another car. And that's the real problem as far as I'm concerned. But I'm not against them building.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wishing to testify? Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Marianne Alfano, and actually I wasn't really prepared to speak. I didn't think I'd be saying anything, but since my husband and I own the property adjacent to 217 West 14th Street, we share a property line with this proposed rezone. Well, we bought our building in 2012 as an investment and also as a potential place for us to live. We bought it specifically because it was very nice area, and we're trying to put together our own retirement package. So it was, it's a pretty steep investment for us. We thought we were protected by the zoning. So it does affect us personally. It is a NIMBY issue for me, but also on a larger scale. The community is a very tight-knit community in South Addition. Most everybody has completely vociferously disagreed with this rezone. However, it also changes things about the demographics. When you start to put more units on that kind of, 350 square foot units or whatever the proposal, once you start congesting the area, you end up changing the demographic and the flavor of the neighborhood. Besides the shadowing, which will definitely affect us, the air quality, that will definitely change as cars idle, instead of, and we have we have parking problems too. The other thing about the area, and you have to go through there at 5 o'clock, go down C Street at 5 o'clock in traffic like I just did today. You see, it's so congested already. The alley behind 14th Street, you have to know, it's almost like a regular road. There's basically repeating what other people have said. It's incredibly irresponsible to change the zoning so that you can have 37 units. It changes the whole quality of the neighborhood, and it definitely impacts us in a negative way. So anyways, that's.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify on this item?
Hi, good evening. I'm Cheryl Richardson, and I'm here tonight as a resident of South Addition, as an individual. I urge you folks to postpone this rezoning. The company that wants to build it, the Widener Apartment Homes, has explained they will not be constructing this year. One of your options for taking action tonight is to refer this to an assembly committee. I would say that the Title 21 committee is the appropriate place that this should land, largely because the decisions that should go before a rezone is accomplished have not been made yet. Anchorage has not yet produced its land use plan map. There is a 7 or more year old transitional piece that has been put out, but many of us thought, since it showed for that area an R3 or potentially an R4, that it would escape rezoning because it's already R3. So we were wrong. The municipality wants to upzone this section of town. And I'm just submitting that before the municipality can approve this, we should have a public discussion as to what the impacts will be and where are the best places to put in those R4 lots. The second issue here is that it's an RO with special limitations that the muni is asking for, the petitioner and the municipalities with municipal support. That should not be happening here. The rezone does not meet the standard of approval criteria, what you have before you, I hope, tonight, in 2103-160E. The residential office district, to quote, is intended to provide means for professional business and medical service, outpatient office uses, or areas with compatible mix of office and residential uses. This is a sleight of hand to bring an R4 zone into an R3 In order to do it, they had to go to RO, and it really is not compatible. It's not an RO, it's an R, with a little tiny leasing office. So that's a sleight of hand that I think is objectionable. Secondly, another criteria, number 4, would ask if the rezoning is compatible with surrounding zoning and development and protects areas designated for specific uses on the zoning map from incompatible land uses or development intensities. Again, this RO rezone is not compatible. Surrounding properties are 2 stories. This is currently limited to 4 under this rezone proposal. I have one more comment if I can.
Quick comment, ma'am.
Third, the developers are actively trying to eliminate neighborhood protection standards that exist in Title 21, including height standards, bulk standards, and the daylight protection plane. If this rezone goes through and AO 59 is adopted, the neighborhood will have much less protection tomorrow than it does today.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr.
You know, I think there's a reason that rezone decisions are preserved at the assembly level. And I think you hear all the passions and the impacts. And I believe that's why, is because we're sort of that final body that takes the collective discussions of all the other bodies below us, the Planning and Zoning Commission, neighborhood input, and finally packages it all into a conversation that looks a lot like this. It's not uncommon to have these passionate discussions about the rezone implications as we debate. I'll say that those that do their homework up here and are supported well by staff. In this case, I think the staff packet in particular speaks to all the elements that should be our measuring stick, as well as the input from the community. The adherence to sort of the comprehensive plans, we know that the development decisions aren't necessarily raw land development decisions, they're redevelopment decisions at the assembly level now, and so the redevelopment decisions clearly affect how, in fact, we're going to change the characteristics of communities. And I urge, if you haven't done it already, to sort of read the measuring sticks of how the staff packaged the approval that our planning department says should occur for approval. In particular, it looks at the other elements in the zoning area before that. In your packet that I read is a zoning map that talks about that. There is similar zoning nearby. Certainly RO exists in that, and the R4 density works. I think also what I see from the submitted comments of the Planning and Zoning Commission that had a unanimous approval, which is sometimes rare, they seem to be listening to the conversation that occurred, provided by obviously the petitioner and the developer. So I think the area has adequate infrastructure. I didn't make that up. That was one of the observations from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I believe it does have adequate and appropriate infrastructure. The requirement for on-site parking works for me. In opposition to the comments about our allowance to let things sort of go there, the petitioner seems to be okay working at a lower level, 45-foot height restriction. And the last thing that assures me that the quality of the development will stay in play is 2 measures. One is the track record of the Widener Group to put together appropriate buildings throughout our community, urging them to look at land abilities out in Eagle River, for example, that may want to look at redevelopment opportunities. The leasing office on site, as I mentioned, is the other litmus test. I think they'll be actively on top of it. So for those reasons, the support from the Planning and Zoning Commission, the well-presented staff comments that present a reasonably good argument, I think it can be done. Certainly there'll be changes to the neighborhood, but we're faced with that throughout. And so my comments are in support. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bitter, could I ask you a few more questions, please? Could you come back forward? The observation of the quality of 14th Avenue is an accurate one. There's no curb, there's no gutter. What plans, if any, on either side of the street, do you have to update that facility so it's a little more neighborhood friendly and traffic friendly?
As part of the, so during, as it was mentioned, the 4 parcels have been replatted. As part of that platting approval, there has to be upgrades to 14th to, I think it's collector standard, so it's actually going to have curb and gutter, a walkway facility, paved, so a lot of those issues will be addressed. And then in order to even get the density of 36 units, we will actually be also improving walkway connections along 14th to connect to C Street, so wrapping around the front.
Clarification, it'll be a local street standard curb and gutter with a separated walkway on the north side that will be adjacent to the building, and it will be an expanded walkway area, more like a widened sidewalk or plaza area as part of the bonus point system to be able to get the FAR that we're looking for. So there will be significant pedestrian upgrades and road upgrades to the area.
On the south side, what's happening there?
Correct, to the south side along 14th.
The walkways on the north side, is there a walkway on the south side as well? Or sidewalk or anything?
There will not be a sidewalk on the south side. The improvements are curb and gutter, road, curb and gutter, separation, landscaping strip, and then an expanded pedestrian walkway.
Okay. And how many parking spots will be on site underneath the building?
I'll let Michelle go ahead and answer that, but there's something else to clarify, that the makeup of the units is being looked at as 30 studio units now with 6 one-bedroom units. So the makeup is a lot different than what you could do with 17 units that might be 3 or 4 bedroom units. So you won't see a lot of teenage kids with cars, but we are not asking for any kind of waiver from the city's required parking. So it'll be fully sustainable on site.
And so it's been a while since, I know they've been working on the site plan, but the last one I saw, I believe there was about 44 parking spaces. So more than 1 parking space per unit, and then 2 additional because there will be the rental office. Also, just to note, Widener has been actively talking to the owners of the old Chevron station at 15 and C Street. That is a contaminated site. However, as they are working on clearing out the contaminants, they may be able to work out a deal where Widener can purchase that, and one of the only uses that would be really viable would be actually using that for a parking lot. We did 2 conceptual layouts, and we can get, I think, at least 15 to 20 parking spaces, and that's with generous landscaping, recognizing that that's at a prominent corner. And that's just, so they are actively trying to improve the situation at City View 1. However, City View 2 will be self-maintained and take care of its own parking requirements.
With no access to the alley for City View 2 also.
Mr. Flynn?
I'm sorry, clarify that last point.
There's been concern talked about 14th Avenue, traffic on the alley and everything else. We will not have physical access from our parking because it's a partially depressed parking area. We will not have direct access to the alley. And I hope that you looked at some of the photos that I passed around to try and get a sense of what's really there. And the study that was done for a shadowing effect, and the architects that did the work are here, the computer model looked at it from the standpoint of what could you build there in code in R3, and what would that have as a shadow versus what the proposed building is. And while there's been suggestions that this is a sleight of hand, there's been no consideration of the neighbors, the building was actually stepped back on the eastern portion to allow sun into the side windows, which were the primary windows are of the unit to the east of this property. The 4-story height of the actual structure is on the west side adjacent to C Street. The 4th floor, if you want to call it that, so parking and 3 floors up, the top floor is only a single row of rooms, and it is pulled, stepped back from the north side, with then deck open space all the way around. So it has exactly the same shading profile as a R3 code meeting 17-unit complex.
Thank you for answering the question. You can have a seat. I'm going to make a few comments here, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Flynn.
So this is one of those nifty danged if you do, danged if you don't situations.
You have a lot of them down there, don't you?
I get them. I have met with some of the neighbors who have expressed concerns very similar to what we've heard tonight, and I understand them. I've also heard from some neighbors who are encouraged by this development. And it's an interesting mix of people. Some of those who live to the west of the area like the idea because more density in our neighborhood helps support the neighborhood businesses that people value so much. Fire Island Bakery, New Sagaya. Some to the east like the idea because they support more market rate housing in the area, feeling that will help gentrify their part of the neighborhood. That's been a long-time goal of the Fairview area. The flip side of that, of course, is you have a fair amount of neighbors who would rather not see this go forward. And I've been struggling with it. I really have. And I am somewhat comforted by the fact that, as Mr. Starr pointed out, you know, the Widener Group has been a very responsible developer in our community, and they're employing a firm that I've put a lot of faith in Dow. I guess I'll not declare how I'm going to vote quite yet, but it's something that no matter how I vote, I do want all parties to understand that I have listened and listened very carefully, spent a lot of time on the phone, and even having coffee with Jerry, and gone through the documentation, and it's going to be a tough decision. But I do appreciate the effort that's gone into getting the information ready and giving us all the data we need to make the best decision we can.
Thank you. Before I go to Ms. Johnson, Ms. Dombrowski, you asked for a moment of personal privilege so you can deal with item 9D10. I don't want us to run out of time because if we don't go with this, then the whole body has to listen to this. So let's take a moment.
I like
Ms.
how you put that,
Dombrowski.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Assembly Council has passed out to all members AM number 452A-2015. I'd like to move to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were discussing this earlier. This talks about, I'm trying to look at it.
Gives the
Sorry.
chair the ability to designate a
Thank-
three-matter assembly hearing panel.
Thank you. That's exactly what it does.
And I will designate those people once this is approved.
Okay, thank you. If anybody has any questions, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I like it.
And if we don't approve this, then the whole body has to hear it. So, to hold you guys hostage, ask unanimous consent. See no objection, Madam Clerk. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you bring it up? Okay. There. There we go. Please vote. I just remember last time we met, we got to the witching hour 11 o'clock and we couldn't extend.
Remember panel to hear it.
Mr. Steele, sir. Thank you. Madam Clerk, that is approved. So, thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Jennifer, you're next, ma'am.
Mr. Weaver?
Sir, folks, that was not the rezone question.
That was not the rezone. Don't panic. That was not the rezone. We can do that.
We had to take care of a minor administrative matter. We're still
Had
doing
to be dealt with. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
Mr. Weaver, how does this rezone fit into the comprehensive plan? And also, a follow-up question, how does it fit in as far as the new land use map?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Johnson, basically in the comprehensive plan, Anchorage 2020 calls it residential mixed use for medium-high density development. It's adjacent to C Street and 15th, where major facilities that have great carrying capacity. that this location really is complementary to the surrounding infrastructure. As in our staff report, we did support the ordinance. There's going to be infill throughout the community, and there really have to be at the strategically located places. As Mr. Potter pointed out, this development, because it meets the new code requirements to meet the light plane code standard, really is almost similar to the impact as if it were R3 and at the 35-foot height. So this is the new code is working, and we support this proposal.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
Thank you.
Anything else, ma'am?
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just, had a question for maybe Mr. Potter, or now you mentioned that they're going to be one bedrooms or mostly studio apartments, and Central Middle School is right across the street, basically, from this. Are you anticipating there would be children walking to the school?
Likely very few school-age kids at this facility, really targeting single, primarily young professionals that want to be close to downtown. This is a market rate facility. You're just a few blocks from downtown. That is what the comprehensive plan called for, and really strived to place more density closer to downtown, so people had the option of being able to walk to work, bike to work, those kinds of things. So that's what we're looking at. So I do not believe that this will have any impact on the schools. Likewise, we won't have a lot of kids going across at the crosswalk at 15th and C, but at least they have one very close, if they do, to be able to get across to the west side to go to the schools, if in fact the children actually would even go to those schools that are just directly across the street. That may not be the case as well.
And one follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not real familiar with this area. Is there a sidewalk that goes from along C Street south to 15th, so that if someone did want to go to the crosswalk down there?
Absolutely. And then there is a large-scale pedestrian improvement all along the north side of 15th that runs basically from L Street, all the way to Muldoon.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, sir, on the issue in front of it.
Yeah, Mr. Potter, while you're there, I think it's a reasonable place for the use. And I applaud the 30 and the studios in the one bedroom. Every time I've been over there, it's been a mess over there. There's parking everywhere. And this is not going to help that unless something happens with the parking lot. They could draw some of that parking that's now street parking off the street.
Well, the hope of the project is, and the design of the project, that it will fully manage and take care of its own parking. So this project will not have an impact of spillover parking on the rest of the neighborhood. City View 1 has a grandfathered situation, which they have reached out to Chevron. There is a deal that has been verbally agreed to from a price standpoint. Their attorneys are looking at it from the standpoint of their, and I know that Mr. Flynn can appreciate this, having dealt with hazardous materials before, that the attorneys for Chevron are looking at it from the standpoint of their federal and state responsibilities to make sure that they can meet their responsibilities for monitoring and cleanup as it's being used, because even after it's paved and landscaped, they will still have an obligation into the future for testing and monitoring. So that's that. So Widener without a demand, because City View 1 does meet the grandfathered requirements for parking. But I do find it interesting, and that's part of why I distributed the pictures. The dumpster from one of the fourplexes or sixplexes to the north is on Widener's property. So it's very convenient for the neighbors to use Widener's undeveloped property, which, is an interesting hypocrisy in itself. And then the 3 vehicles that are there are from units that are to the north as well, because I did speak to a second floor unit, the 3rd building from C Street, and they didn't think there was a problem parking on somebody else's property. I suggested that we're not going to do any enforcement until such time as we're under construction. So don't worry about it now. I think it's important to tell you that of the units that are there, my personal opinion is they could not be recreated today under today's code, old code or new code.
Mr. Potter, I've got to cut you off. Mr. Steele, I've got 4 minutes left.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman, you've got 1 minute.
Briefly, what would I need to ask someone, Mr. Potter or Mr. Weaver, what would my understanding is from one of the neighbors who testified earlier that there's not going to be any building done this year. Is that correct on this project? There would be no fill and grade, there'd be no construction on this site if it were approved tonight, this year, this building year?
We are about 30 to 35% through design. If we start tomorrow and Widener Apartment Homes authorizes Spark Design, the architects, to go as fast as they can go, complete the design, we get that submitted to the city by about January 1.
So no building.
It'll take about 12 weeks to get through the permit process to where you can bid, and we'll be ready for construction May 1 or June 1 if we start tomorrow.
I see.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Is that all, Mr. Honeman? Nobody else in the queue? Please vote. Yes will approve it and no will not. Yes, the clerk reminds it has to have 8 votes to be approved.
8 votes for what?
8 votes to approve it.
Approve what?
It's on appeal, okay. Mr. Peterson, sir. Thank you. That is approved. The vote is 10-1. We're now down on the agenda. That completes it. We're now down to special orders. There are none. Unfinished agenda. There is none. Item 17, audience participation. Is there anybody that wishes to discuss anything for a couple of minutes with the Assembly? Anything at all? About the last issue? No, it can't be the last issue. It's got to be something that was not on our agenda. Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. The issues we looked at tonight, almost half of them had to do with Title 21 or housing or land use. One of the problems we've had with this code, and I've had the opportunity to go to a lot of the committee meetings, a lot of the community discussions about how it's used, and nobody says it's a great system. Everybody identifies some flaws with it. Some people have an idea of how to fix aspects of it. Some people think the whole thing stinks. Some people think it should be salvaged. But the problem is that it's not happening. It's been worked on for a decade now, and we don't have a workable solution. We're right back to the let's have more discussions about the concept. One of the issues is in the recent Assembly work sessions regarding the regulations for floor area usage or design standards or prescriptive versus descriptive. Part of the problem with legislating that is that you end up with issues like tonight where it's tied to a very specific project, where it's in a specific lot with a community that has their own issues. The difficulty with legislating that is that it's not equivalent across town. You'll have a completely different project. You'll be right back at the same place hearing different issues, different neighbors, different businesses, and it doesn't identify how to fix the problem. Anchorage is kind of unique with Title 21 because it includes a lot of administrative and policy issues and legislative. What we don't have, though, is a way to accomplish that. Some of the scuttlebutt in a lot of the work sessions was, hey, we need to get people from that department to come in and sit in on this because we need to hear what they have to say, and we're just going to wait another month to get that. It's not working, and it's getting worse because Anchorage is on the cusp. We can't afford to miss years and years of development anymore. We can't afford not to be able to utilize the time we have to catch up with state fiscal policy. The closest analogy I could find when I was trying to think of some way to say this, and I didn't find one very well, was we need a regulatory body. Title 21 is a lot of regulation. That's hard to put into statute. When the federal government had this similar issue, they created the FAA, and they were able to identify that it was a rapidly changing field. There would be lots of different technologies, different situations, and they needed a way to deal with it so that they could establish what they wanted and how they wanted it to end up, but have the flexibility to include the day-to-day processes and to grow with the system. We need something like that. With the Title 21 committees, we're still having the same issues, and they will be the same issues in every development, in every neighborhood across the city. And we'll sit through the end of an assembly session going through the same things, which means that a lot of other things got bumped because we didn't have time. We have got to stop doing the same things and figure out a new way to do this, to have the administration and the legislative branches work together to find something that works for all of Anchorage, regardless of the situation or the time or the policy. So,
Thank you.
regulate.
There are no questions. Anybody else wish to discuss anything with the Assembly? Hearing seeing no one.
Second.
We're adjourned. Thank you for...